So thank you all again joining here for the second and third session of our course Discover Your Roots. Yesterday we discussed 7 topics. We covered sacred texts, within which we saw the Vedic literatures in general. We saw the Bhagavad Gita, the Mahabharata, the Ramayana, Upanishads and Puranas, and the Srimad Bhagavatam. And how these literatures are all interconnected. Okay, so we covered sacred texts. We covered Ramayana and all, Upanishads, Puranas, Bhagavad Gita, and then we saw the sacred places. We covered Badrinath, Kedarnath, the 4 dhams, Yamunotri, Jyotirling, Shakti Pithas, Haridwar, Rishikesh, all these holy places, and how it is so important that we connect to these places. These places are how they are so potent, surcharged with spiritual vibrations. And simply by visiting these places, maybe once in a year, couple of times in a year, different holy places all over India, we can get access to such divine grace. So the holy places are situated all over India, connected to Lord Vishnu's temples, Shiva's temples, Durga, all these places, all these deities are there, predominating deities in all these places. And as a loyal practitioner of Sanatan Dharma, we must connect ourselves to these places and understand their significance and take advantage of them. So today we will see spiritual practices, various spiritual practices that are integral part of our Sanatan Dharma. Of course, we can't cover them exhaustively. Within the available limits of time, we will try our best to discuss. Okay, so spiritual practices. A few of them mentioned here: yoga and meditation, deity worship, fasting or upavas, the various samskaras or purificatory rituals that a practitioner is expected to do. Mandalas and yantras, I won't be looking into it. Deity worship is something very important. Festivals we already saw yesterday. That will come in later section as a separate detailed section. So let us begin with something, yoga and meditation. So what is yoga? As I said yesterday, yoga is derived from the root Sanskrit word known as yuj. Every Sanskrit word has a root word. Either the noun forms or the verb forms, they have root words. So this is connected with the root word yuj, which technically means to connect. To connect, to link up, to join. Remember the triangle we saw yesterday of Gita? The right side was connecting, yoga. Connecting the jiva or the soul, the atma, with the Supreme Personality of God, with God. Okay. So typically whenever we think of yoga, whenever we hear the term yoga, what comes to our mind? All kinds of asana, Surya Namaskar, Sarvangasana, Bhujangasana. Some of you may be familiar with them. And pranayam is an integral part of yoga, breathing exercises. So in technically, Ashtanga Yoga has 8 different limbs of yoga. Yam, Niyam, Asan, Pranayam, Pratyahar, Dharana, Dhyan and Samadhi. So Asan is the 3rd part, Pranayam is the 4th part. The first 2 are Yam and Niyam. What does that mean? Rules and regulations. Yam means rules. Niyam means regular, do's and don'ts, technically. So, a yoga practitioner is expected to follow certain disciplines, certain things he or she must do, certain things he or she must avoid. When that disciplined lifestyle is adopted, then asana has value. Asana will give you the desired result. Flexibility of the body fitness, health, good health. And then the 4th step is pranayam. After that, pratyahar. Pratyahar means withdraw the senses from all kinds of allurements and temptations. Once you withdraw, then you can focus your mind on something positive. If the mind is already indulging in other temptations and allurements, you can't focus the mind on the positive thing. Withdraw the mind from the negatives, distractions, then redirect the mind towards the spiritual, the positive. That is dharana. Then when the dharana becomes more intense and focused, then it is called dhyan. And then when the dhyan reaches its perfection, you attain samadhi, perfect trance. That's how an Ashtanga yogi advances towards different levels. Samadhi means total absorption. Absorption in thoughts of the Supreme, thoughts of the Divine, in thoughts of God. So at that stage, there is no external distractions. But the yam, it begins with yam and niyam. Unfortunately, or for whatever reasons, no one likes to talk about yam and niyam, do's and don'ts. Even the yoga, many yoga schools also don't emphasize enough on the do's and don'ts. You know why? Out of fear of losing the market. If you say no this, no that, don't do this, don't do that, how will you get the market? How will you get customers? So they may say superficially, yes, ये ठीक है, ये भी करना है, हो सके तो ये भी कर लेना, ये भी कर लेना. And then you pay, charge money for certain things. Definitely you will get some benefit, but not the full benefit, without following the rules and regulations. So that's important. But again, yoga is not limited to simply asana and health, which is integral, which is a very important part of yoga, maintaining good health. But that's not the goal of yoga, just maintaining fitness. The ultimate goal of yoga is absorption, samadhi in the Supreme, total ecstatic remembrance of God. That's the goal of yoga. If the practice of yoga is not aimed at that, then we are missing out the essence. So there are multiple forms of yoga. Ashtanga yoga is one. Karma yoga is one. The Gita talks about karma yoga in detail. Karma yoga and then jnana yoga. Yoga by cultivating philosophical knowledge. The Gita 4th chapter talks about that. And there is bhakti yoga, where you connect with the divine through devotion. So the Gita, Bhagavad Gita talks mainly of these three. The first 6 chapters of the Gita primarily focuses on karma yoga, action. Do action and then you connect with the Supreme. The last 6 talk about Gyan, cultivating philosophical knowledge. And the middle 6 focuses on bhakti, the devotional part, bhakti yoga. And within the karma yoga section, Krishna talks about Ashtanga yoga also a little bit, Jnana yoga also a little bit. But overall, the first section talks about karma. Inspiring Arjun to do action. Do not give up the war. Because in the beginning of the war, in the beginning of the Gita, Arjun is kind of reluctant to fight. Because he feels, why to fight? This is a loss of so many lives. So therefore, Krishna emphasizes on the importance of doing action. So in this way, the Gita is a book on yoga. Okay, going ahead. Some statistics about yoga. Yoga grew 63.8% in this period. 7,000 US studios, yoga studios are there. 100,000 teachers. It's a huge market. Yoga has grown in popularity in a very, very alarming way. 20,000 centers worldwide. Women take more interest in yoga, surprisingly. Men are less interested. 300 million practitioners globally. Benefits: good breathing, good sleep, health. Banned in certain countries, obviously. You can guess which countries they are banned in. Mostly Middle East, those countries. Popular in Canada, Singapore, Australia. Within India, these are the percentage. Hindus are practicing only 36%. That's not a good news. It's our thing, our product, and then Hindus are least interested in yoga. Hmm. Muslims are also practicing. Christians are also practicing. Of course, they may not be practicing with the ultimate goal in mind, but at least they are connected to some form of yoga. Okay, so lot of benefits at least for health. Let us begin with health at least. Modern lifestyle is so reckless, either intentionally or out of circumstances. We are unable to lead a traditional lifestyle which is highly conducive for overall health. Especially with the globalization, you have call center culture and other, you have to support markets in the West, markets in Far East. You can't follow your time zone, right? Your work starts at 10:30 in the night, gets over by morning 6 o'clock. The time when you are supposed to take rest, according to Indian climate, Indian time zone, that's the time you are most active. So lifestyle itself is unsupportive of yoga. And then above that you have so much stress. Targets are there, and then work pressure, peer pressure, competition. So mentally, physically, we are all under stress. Then that spoils relationships, relationship breakdowns. And in such a condition, health is definitely going to go down. Youngsters usually join call centers, so they don't understand the risks on health. But once they cross 10-15 years in that lifestyle, then the health effects, consequences you can notice. Back pain and all heart. You hear so many cases, 25-year-old dying of cardiac arrest, right? And then food. Food habits are so, anytime you eat, middle of the night you eat, multiple times you eat, soft drinks, and while traveling you eat. Eating it's a meditation. Ideally, you're supposed to eat in a peaceful place, in a calm atmosphere, a peaceful state of mind, with someone who is lovingly serving you. If food is eaten like this, then it benefits your health. But here when you're traveling a local train, that's when you eat. Why in the bus? It's such a unfavorable method of eating. So health is in a really bad condition. At least for health's sake, one must take to yoga. And if we can practice yoga for higher purposes, that is even better. So instead of imagining certain exercises, following some YouTube videos and then following that exercises, yoga is our own culture. It's a part of our culture. Some exercises, some asana. The Surya Namaskar itself is so good. If we can do that 5-10 minutes a day, little bit of pranayam, breathing exercises, couple of minutes a day, the effects are far reaching. So that's the importance of yoga. And if we can incorporate it in our daily life, that will be really, really beneficial. So that's about yoga. Next is about deity worship. Yesterday we discussed a little bit in our question answer session. What is deity worship? Some people call it idol worship. There's a big difference between idol worship and deity worship. What is the difference between idol and a deity? Idol is something some statue that is made and you start worshipping it. But the difference between an idol and a deity is deity goes through a procedure which is recommended in the scripture that makes the deity non-different from God. Technically it is called prana pratishtha. You are installing pran into the deity. You're giving a life to the deity by invoking, by prayer and by chant, mantra recitation and by all kinds of rituals. You are requesting God to descend into the deity form, into the Murti, so that the Murti becomes God. Murti becomes non-different from God. If the Murti is not God, what's the point in worshipping the deity? If the Murti doesn't have any spiritual potency, what's the point in wasting my time in worshipping the deity? Here we are installing a Murti, making it into a deity, offering bhoga, offering shringar, offering arti, putting the deity to rest, waking up the deity early morning. You do all these things to a living person, not to dead stone. Right? That shows the deity worship is different from an idol. There are so many statues installed on the roads, right? All these great national leaders, you see murtis. We don't worship them because there is no pran pratishtha done for it. But deity is different. And there are so many amazing stories. You go to any traditional temple, even ISKCON temples, the modern ones, where there are interactions between the pujari and the deity, between the devotee and the deity. Not just the pujari, even regular worshippers, regular visitors, they can also experience reciprocation with the deity if their worship is saturated with devotion, pure devotion. There is a nice story about this in Bengal. A boy, his parents were worshippers, mother, father and the child. And the father was a doctor and he used to regularly worship the deity. One day he had to go for some emergency duty. So he told his son, "My dear child, please offer this bhoga to our deity." His son's name was Raghunandan. So boy, like a small boy, 4 or 5 year old, he doesn't know what the elaborate rituals are, mantras are. He said, "Okay, what do I do?" He said, "Your mother will give you a plate of bhoga. Just offer it and tell the Lord to eat." He said, "Okay." That appears very simple. The father goes, and at the right time, the mother calls the child and says, "Take this bhoga. You have seen your father doing, right? Offer it." The child goes inside the deity room, and he doesn't know mantras and all those procedures. All he knows is, tell the deity, "Lord, eat." Keeps the plate there in front of him, and says, "Eat, khao." Abhi kya? What do you expect? The child is expecting that he will actually eat. But our scriptures explain the Lord doesn't need to actually physically eat. He can glance at the food and then eat. That's also eating. He ultimately accepts the devotion within the offering. And he experiences the taste and everything simply by glancing. The Brahma Samhita describes Angani yasya sakalendriya vrittimanti. Any limb of Krishna can perform the action of every other limb. So glancing is as good as tasting. So by that simple offering, Krishna tastes the food. But the child can't understand this philosophy. है कि नहीं? उसको सब philosophy complexes पता नहीं है. So he waits there and is wondering, when is Krishna going to eat the food? And he waits for a couple of minutes and then he says, there's no response here. So again does eat. So then he starts crying. Please, he thought his devotion is not so good. Therefore Krishna is not listening to his prayer. And he starts crying inside. He feels, if I go outside, my mother will beat me up, my father will beat me up. So he starts crying inside and says, "Please accept." So then Krishna starts speaking to him. So, "I have already eaten, Baba. This is how I eat. Don't expect me to do something more miraculous." Child, I don't understand all this philosophy. Until you finish the food inside the plate, I am not going to believe what you are saying. So then the deity sits down, eats the food. Chaka-chak kar diya plate. And says, "Okay, now are you happy?" But yeah, now I am satisfied. The child comes out, Raghunandan, comes out with an empty plate and gives it to the mother. Mother says, "Where is the food? Prasad किधर है?" "प्रसाद बाकी आना चाहिए ना, बाकी लोगों को खाना क्या है, खाने के लिए कुछ चाहिए कि नहीं?" सर तो आपने तो बोला खिलाने को, मैंने खिला लिया, भगवान ने खा लिया. The mother doesn't say anything. She waits for the father to come back and reports the whole event. कि ऐसे तो हो गया भाई, किसने खाया भगवान जाने, भगवान ने खाया किसने खाया मुझे पता नहीं. You ask, you inquire, do the investigation. So then the father comes, Mukunda, his name was Mukunda. He says, okay, what happened? Can you explain what exactly happened? The child narrates everything. This is what happened. He didn't eat, so I started crying, and then I requested him, please eat. And finally he ate. So father understands the boy is not ordinary. Something special is there about him. Say, okay, do one thing. I'll give you a laddu. Offer this laddu to the Lord. The child goes inside again. Again follows the same procedure. Starts crying. And the Lord sits down and eats. He accepts the laddu and he puts it in his mouth. But the father is looking, peeping through the window, wanting to see what exactly is happening. And he understands. This is what is happening. So that temple is still there in West Bengal, which one can visit and take darshan. The point is how the Lord reciprocates with his devotees, with the genuine devotion that the devotee offers. Food is just a medium through which we can express our devotion. Shringar is another medium through which we can express our devotion. Waking up the deities, putting the deities to rest. It's all, you actually treat the Lord as a person. Deity worship means you start connecting with God as a person. Without deity worship, we don't understand how God can be a person. Eventually we start thinking God is impersonal and some power, he's somewhere up there. That same God descends for our access, easy access, immediate access, so that we can start connecting with him. So you develop connection with a person when you start serving the person with love, with affection. That opportunity is given by deity. So wherever you go, in all these holy places that we saw yesterday, Vrindavan, Mayapur, all these tirthas, all these traditional temples, you will find hundreds of stories of the local worshippers having reciprocation. And irrespective of their caste backgrounds. Not that only the pujari who is a Brahman and Pandit, only he can have reciprocation and relation. Ordinary beggars on the street, totally rejected outcasts from the street, they having their devotion and how the Lord reciprocates. Everywhere, Srirangam, Guruvayur, Tirupati, Jagannath Puri, such amazing stories. So when we hear these stories, we understand this, although it appears like a stone, it appears like a marble, this is not just marble. This person can actually bring changes in my life. Even our Radha Gopinath here, standing up there, they have interactions, amazing reciprocation with the devotees. You offer a prayer and you will see amazing changes in your life. Some guidance, some only the devotee will appreciate that. If you tell this to someone, they will understand. ठीक है ना, तो सब normal तो है, इसमें क्या बड़ी बात है. But the devotee understands this is a personal reciprocation with me, Lord interfering in my life for my benefit. So that has to be experienced. No amount of theory will explain this. I can write volumes of books, but we will feel it's, oh, इसमें क्या बड़ी बात है. A skeptic will always think, इसमें क्या बड़ी बात है. But only a person who experiences that will realize this is not ordinary. So deity worship is an integral part of Sanatan Dharma. There is constant attack on this culture of deity worship through media, through education. कितना पत्थर के ऊपर आप लोग इतना पैसा खर्च कर रहे हो, इतना दूध डाल रहे हो, इतना सोना चढ़ा रहे हो, सोना चांदी चढ़ा रहे हो, किस लिए? Instead, why don't you spend the money on the poor beggars? There's so much poverty. Why don't you spend money there? These people argue. We should ask them. You spend thousands of crores on Bollywood, on cricket, on IPL. Why didn't you remember the beggars at that time? Only when money is spent on the murti and the temple, you suddenly remember beggars. IPL में कितना खर्च होता है? Each movie that is released, what is the turnover? 500 crores, 1000 crores. है कि नहीं? बाहुबली कितना क्रॉस किया? There they don't understand. That time beggars are all out of the question. Suddenly they become conscious of poverty and other problems in India when money is spent on temples. Right? So, the Bhagavatam says, if you water the root of the tree, the whole tree is nourished. If you serve God, the entire creation is satisfied. We just need to know where to invest money for the right purpose. And if you satisfy that one person, everyone in creation is satisfied. Yasmin tushte jagat tushtam. By satisfying that person, jagat tushtam. The entire world is satisfied. Universe is satisfied. So if we can adopt this thing in our daily life, not just in temples, even homes, we can install deities in personal homes. We can have personal deity at our home. So many people have Jagannath deities at home, Laddu Gopal at home, Radha Krishna at home, Gaur Nitai at home. Where we can have, I want my Krishna, my Jagannath, my Shivalinga. That makes a connection. So that's about deity worship. And in ISKCON, Prabhupada emphasized this really hard. Study of philosophy on one track and practical service to Krishna on another track. The spiritual vehicle will run on these two rails. One over the other. Both are important. Simply studying and is not enough. Do something practical. Start establishing the connection with Krishna directly. Okay, so that's about deity worship. Fast. Anyone has deities here at home? Laddu Gopal ya kisi ka? Very nice. So, bathing the deity, dressing the deity, offering food, it should be a daily practice. Very nice. And we will see how our mind can be gradually purified of all negativities. The more we engage in deity worship on a daily basis, all this unnecessary thought, gossip and iske bare mein, uske bare mein sab charcha, we will lose taste in all this nonsense. The more we direct our mental energy into these things. And if you don't have the practice of deity worship, then you want to watch this and watch that, and uske ghar mein kya ho gaya, iske ghar mein kya ho gaya, padosi mein kya ho gaya. We just get lost in all these matters. Okay, next is fasting. How many of you do fast or have done fast regularly, once in a while? Nice. So fasting. Devotees fast on special days called upavas to stay mentally close to the Lord by conserving energy and time spent on food, enhancing spiritual focus and mental clarity. Fasting offers physical rest and cleansing, promoting self-discipline and control. Lord Krishna advises balanced eating for health and spiritual growth. Genuine fasting isn't ego-driven and shouldn't result in undue weakness. There's a nice verse in the Gita. Yuktahara viharasya yukta cheshtasya karmasu. Yukta swapnavabodhasya yogo bhavati dukkhaha. Krishna is giving one definition of yoga. The benefits of yoga is yuktahar. Yuktahar is different from atyahar or alpahar. Atyahar is overeating. The other extreme is no eating or very less eating. But yuktahar means regulated eating. Optimum level of eating. So Krishna says those who indulge in yuktahar, regulated eating, regulated sleep, regulated recreation and regulated work, such people will be disease free, will not go through any physical distress. So yuktahar, moderate eating. In fact, the Ayurveda says when you eat, 50% should be 50% of the belly should be full of food, 25% with water, and 25% with sweets. No, air. So that's how the division should be. 50% food. We are habituated to eating More than 100% of food. Especially when there is a feast. Like we are all culprits to that. Whenever there is a feast, after an Ekadashi fast, sometimes even Ekadashi is not considered a fast. We get Ekadashi pizza also in Govindas. Ekadashi dosas. Sometimes you wonder, Ekadashi is a fasting day or a feasting day? No? But the point is, we are supposed to fast. The regular eating itself is a kind of fast. But on fasting days, it should be even more regulated, more withdrawn. So not eating is one element of fasting, or reduced eating is one element of fasting. But the bigger purpose of fasting is to gain more times which can be utilized in spiritual activities. So if I eat less, say I skip, say I decide to eat only one time in a day on fasting days, I save at least half an hour to 45 minutes by not eating the other 2 or 3 meals. And if fasting is reduced, my sleep gets reduced. You don't feel sleepy. And then though extra time, we use it for additional spiritual activities. Maybe studying Shastra, associating with devotees, maybe chanting some prayers, chanting mantras, some meditation. The extra time is utilized for more spiritual, direct devotional activities. That's the whole idea behind fasting. So purpose is to make greater spiritual advancement on some such special days. So as devotees of Krishna, we fast on Ekadashis, which comes to, once in 15 days. 11th day of the waxing and waning moons. So approximately 52 weeks we have. So 26 Ekadashis in a year. Besides that, we fast on special tithis like Janmashtami, Ramnavami, Gaur Purnima. Special days of our Acharya's appearance. Our Guru Varga, whenever they appear in this day, that tithi, their birth anniversary dates, that day also we fast. So overall, in a year, we have about 26 plus, maybe 10, 15 more, around 40 days of fasting. Some fasting is throughout the day, like Janmashtami, midnight to midnight. Some are like morning till evening. Narsingh Chaturdashi comes till evening time, dusk time. Gaur Purnima is till moonrise. So that way different levels of fasting. Fasting, we avoid, I think it is there here. No, it's not there. Fasting, may you avoid certain foods, especially grains. Grains we avoid, and certain other items. So ideally fasting is, if you can have total fast. There are some people who don't drink even water. It's called nirjal fast. But then some people drink water, maybe some people even drink milk, some juices, fruit juices. You can also eat fruits, certain other items like varai and rajgira, all those things. So there are selected items, some millets, all those things can be eaten. But again, the whole idea is to save time for additional spiritual activities. If that goal is missing, then fasting becomes simply a bodily exercise, which can give you health benefits definitely, but no spiritual benefit. And the Shastras discourage fasting for any other motive, some political motives, some other ulterior motives. This is highly discouraged. We have seen political leaders doing fasting to protest against some political decisions. That's mundane. Nothing spiritual about it. Fasting should be ultimately to please God for spiritual advancement. So that's about fasting. It shouldn't be ego driven. Last line. Krishna in the Gita talks about austerities in 3 modes. Austerity done as a duty is sattvic in nature. Austerity done for self pride, to gain prestige, that is in the mode of passion, rajasic. And austerity is done for destructive purposes, that is tamasic. Some people may indulge in all kinds of intense tapasya just to destroy someone. Even black magic requires some kind of tapasya. But the whole motive is destructive. And I am not doing fasting to show that I am a great devotee and I am such an elevated person and to gain attention and prestige. Worthless. It should be done just because it is good to do. The Shastras encourage, the holy saints encourage, and I want to make spiritual advancement, not to show off to anyone. As long as this is our motive, then we'll get the benefit of fasting. Okay, any thoughts, any questions you want to share, any experiences on this? Yes? Not really. At least from the scriptural point of view, not a very high motive. Although he may have good intentions, but it is not spiritual. He may gain some political advantage by doing that. He may have gained also, but it cannot be called spiritual. I think it's laudable, but not spiritual. We can't call it spiritual. Yes? Yeah, that's a good point. It could be starving also. Yeah, some people starve almost to the point of starving. Yeah. So real fasting is actually beneficial for health. If you do it properly, it's actually beneficial for health. Prabhupada in one place says, in one purport of the first canto, he says, if all of us skip just one meal, say on Ekadashi days, one meal on Ekadashis, 1 billion people skipping one meal, just imagine the amount of food saved. Economic benefits देखो इसका कितना है. Poverty can be eliminated. 1 billion people fed. And so many other days. So economically, financially, health-wise, spiritually also, it's all win-win. Right? And repeated eating also, it's not good for health. The body needs rest. थोड़ा सा शांति में तब दूसरा वापस we stuff it with food. Again थोड़ा शांति में वापस stuff it with food. Right? Just imagine the machine to be a person. वो बोले यार थोड़ा सा शांति दे यार मुझे. And all kinds of eating. Right? Drinks बीच में, snacks, junk food. क्या क्या नहीं खाते हम लोग. Right? So occasionally skipping the meals at the right time, not just randomly. At the right time on the auspicious days, if we can skip couple of meals, it's actually a big relief for the digestive system, the entire body. And we are not going to fall sick, by the way. All this speculation that no protein loss and vitamin loss, it's all nonsense. The body actually gains all the reserve energy it pulls out and it utilizes. Otherwise it turns into excess fat, which can lead to so many other health issues. Okay, yeah, you want to say something? You want to take the mic? Chalo.
So whether it is yoga or yoga, first that's my first question, and second is like which yoga is correct, or like for the beginners.
I'll answer the first question later. That's a detailed discussion. Yoga, pronunciation, all. Let us not get into the technicalities. Which yoga is better? Depends on our state. There is a yoga ladder, beginning with. It's like a step. You are going through a journey, and depending on our spiritual evolution, we have to adopt that process. So every yoga is aiming towards the same thing. But which yoga should adopt will be suitable for me. It depends on our aptitudes, our nature. Accordingly, we have to adopt a process. So someone who is action oriented, he should be advised to do karma yoga. Sacrifice your actions and results for the sake of the Supreme. Someone who is like intellectual, such a person should cultivate knowledge and use that tendency, that aptitude for attaining the Supreme. Someone is naturally having devotion to God, let him adopt the Bhakti Yoga process. Ultimately, everything is, what is the goal? To link with the Supreme, to cultivate love for the Supreme, love for God. Whichever path helps us attain love of God, that we should adopt. That okay? Yes. देखना पड़ेगा कोई शास्त्रिक रेफरेंस है क्या, आई एम नॉट वेरी श्योर. Some people fast on Tuesdays also, Saturdays also. So if it is shastrically recommended, then it's good. Whether it's a weekly fast or bi-monthly fast, fortnightly fast, it's all again which scripture is recommending. Is it scripturally authorized? Is a tradition, the Guru Varga, Guru Parampara authorizing it? Then it has value. Yes, Prabhu.
Yeah. So, Prabhuji, I mean, I have 2 points to make in. I mean, there is just one practical problem, and one more point I would like to add for fasting I mean, it is scientifically. I mean, if we talk about Ekadashi, like twice in a month, so it has been scientifically proven. Like if you fast 2 days in 30 days, so then they will activate your T2 cells, and T2 cells are somewhat related to anti-cancer activity. So that is one part, but I means I am facing some practical problems, like elderly at home, like instead of regular fasting, they used to do a lot of fasting, and then it become difficult to like to ask them like to stop, to have, we can say, the blood sugar, blood pressure and everything. So I mean, from Shastra point of view, do we have any references like till that particular age people may not fast or may not required to do much? I'm just.
So children are exempted from fasting. Elderly people are also exempted. Medically unfit people are also exempted. So all the exceptions are there. But otherwise, for a regular person who is having good health, young man, young or moderately young, as long as our body allows us to do, we should do. When the body doesn't cooperate, if fasting is actually detrimental to your health, definitely we should not. We should not be rigid again. It's not rigid. The spirit has to be accepted, the spirit of the law. So small children should not be forced to fast. बेचारा वो 5 साल का लड़का है, उसको let it is a time to enjoy and eat and nourish his body. We should definitely not force the children to fast. But if they are inspired to fast, we should not stop them. Let them try out their best. Let them understand the importance of restraining the senses. If they're inspired, the parents are following and the children are inspired, and the children say, I want to do, let me try. Let the parents encourage. We should not suppress their enthusiasm. But we should not force them. Children. Okay? Alright, let us go ahead. Samskaras. It's a very detailed topic. I won't be getting into details, but samskar means positive impressions that we can create on our consciousness. We say इसके अच्छे संस्कार है, ये बच्चों को अच्छा संस्कार मिला है, इनको अच्छे संस्कार नहीं मिले हैं. What does it mean? In the upbringing of the child, over the period of 10-15 years, they have received some positive impressions in their mind, either at home or in school or in society, somewhere they've accumulated positive impressions, because of which their character is different from people who don't have that samskars. Sometimes we hear parents telling, if they're caught doing something bad, if a child is caught doing something bad, the parents say, but ये हमारे घर में तो नहीं सीखा है. We never taught our children like this. I didn't know my son is like this, the mother says some many times. But you don't know, the home is not the only source of getting samskars. The child is not always with you. The child is going to school. What is happening in school? What is happening with his friend circle? कहाँ कहाँ जाता है, क्या क्या करता है, who knows? He is absorbing the impressions from so many places. At home you may be protective, but other places you do have no control. So therefore, Shastras recommend that a person, right from birth till the time of his death, he should go through certain purificatory rituals known as samskars. Because the general tendency is to collect all garbage. The mind absorbs all garbage from everywhere. And when the level of garbage goes beyond a certain level, उसको dump करना पड़ता है कहीं तो नहीं तो it will start stinking. है कि नहीं? Just imagine कचरे का डब्बा कोई आया नहीं, कचरा collect करने वाला आया नहीं घर पे. What happens over 2-3 days? It starts stinking. Similarly, mind is a reservoir of all kinds of impressions. It collects everything from everywhere. It has to be periodically cleaned on a regular basis. And positive impressions have to be accumulated. Then such a person throughout the end of his by the time he reaches the end of his life, he has a certain level of purity which will ensure he gets a positive afterlife, a very auspicious life in his next life. Because at the time of death, what his impressions are, what his consciousness is, that decides his next life. The Gita talks about this in great detail. So therefore, a cultured society will encourage implementation of these sanskars on a regular basis at the right times of a person's development. So there are unlimited sanskars, but there are 16 most important ones. The first one is, you know when? Not at the time of birth, before birth, at the time of conceiving a child. It's called Garbhadan Sanskar. How a mother and father unite to attract a very auspicious, pious soul to become their child. There is a process the parents are expected to follow, which can attract a good child into their family. Look at the science behind this. Can we decide which modern science tells us you can attract a specific soul into your family? The Vedic Samskaras tell us, if you do this, there's a higher probability that a pious soul will enter into the womb of the mother. तो पहला आधा प्रॉब्लम वहीं पे सॉल्व हो गया. Then once the mother is pregnant and carrying the child, then certain procedures the mother has to follow, the family has to follow. Then the child is born. Here it begins here. Where is it? पहला कहाँ पे गया? This one, right? No, this one. Garbhadan. Third month of pregnancy, there is samskar there. Seemantam, Jata karmam, Namakaran, name giving. Then taking child first time out of the house, there is samskar. It's all a festival. Every sanskar is a festival. You call people, neighbors, friends and relatives and then celebrate. You just need an excuse, bahana chahiye celebration ke liye. Then Annaprashan, first time you feed grains, usually done in a temple. Cutting the hair, piercing the ear, writing, Vidyarambham. It's all in a very auspicious beginning. Everything has to be done in auspicious circumstance. In the presence of saintly people, in the presence of God, in the temple. When you follow these kind of procedures, the child will not take everything cheaply. The child understands the importance of every act done. Upanayanam, wearing the sacred thread. Vivaha Samskar. You know, we have one devotee, Radha Gopinath Prabhu in the temple. He shares a nice experience from his life about the Vivaha. How ridiculous marriage has become in today's times. So one time he and his friend went for a marriage function. So वहाँ पे गए ये लोग and the friend knew something about little bit of Sanskrit, the mantras and all those things. Some background he had about Sanskrit. So that the Panditji is doing the ritual. The boy and the bride and the groom is sitting, and the pujari is doing those mantras and havan and all this is happening. Suddenly this friend said, "Hey, do you know what's happening here?" So what's happening? He called the girl's father and said, "Why are you not serious? What's happening? You don't know." So what's happening? This Brahman is chanting, this is such an auspicious event of wedding. Instead of chanting the wedding mantras, this guy is chanting funeral ka mantras. So what? हाँ, स्मशान में जो बोलना चाहिए वो मंत्र गा रही है. The girl's father thought about it, very serious. And after a few moments he said, जाने दो ना, क्या पड़ी है इसका, अभी क्या करे. Now this guy was into shock. So then they did the procedure. Anyway, the ritual was anyway, it's a ritual only. नाम के लिए करना है कुछ. The main party is waiting, which is why people have come here, right? Party को wait करना है. और बाद में celebration and so many other things. This is just a formality anyway. ये खत्म हो गया, then real life begins. So the girl is least bothered, the boy is least bothered, the parents can't be even more least bothered. And the audience has nothing to do with the whole thing. Right? So everything just a whole joke of the whole event. Where is the samskar here? What kind of impression the boy and the girl are going to gain out of it? But then in Vedic culture, Vivaha has a very, very important part of life. Of course, there is astrology. We will talk about astrology also later. You decide the chart, look at the chart of the boy and the girl and decide whether they are really compatible with each other. Not based on, yahan dekh liya, love at first sight and then divorce at first fight. So, matlab nahi hai. That's what happens in today's times. So, when you actually look at the astrological chart and see, compatible hai kya ye dono? If they are not, why waste time in getting them together and spoiling the whole life of each of them? So Vivaha is a very important element. And if it is done properly, they will stay together lifelong. Without, and little bit of chota mota jhagda, they will tolerate easily. Then Antyeshti. Antyeshti is the ritual of after death. That's also important. In fact, Arjuna's concern in the Gita was, if all these people are killed, millions of people are killed, who will perform the Shraddha ceremony? The 5 generations of people were participating in the war. Great-grandfather, grandfather level, the young level, the present level generation, their sons and the grandson. 5 generations of people were participating in Kurukshetra war. And Arjuna's concern was, if all these people die, especially the elderly people die, who will perform the Shraddha? And how will the tradition of Shraddha continue to the next and the next generations? Because everyone is here assembled. Millions of people assembled here. Inka hoga kya? Pindadan kaun dega unko? And if no one is offering them pinda, what will be the destination? Their destination will be hell. So there's a whole science ensuring that the ancestors and the forefathers have a safe passage into the next life after their present life. That's why the Antyeshti Samskar is important. If the person has led a pious life, then definitely he is not going to go to hell. But if he has not, for some reason, he is destined to go to hell. And if the next generation does some Antyeshti Shraddha ceremony regularly every year on the Tithi, then his stay in hell will be reduced or it will be eliminated altogether. And he can get a better life, auspicious life in the next life. So, again, it's a big science. How many people now take this procedure seriously? Right? Death हो गया, again स्मशान में जाता है, थोड़ा सा कुछ तो ritual कर दिया नाम के लिए, and then come on, life is so busy, we have to do so many things and log in into Zoom and attend office meetings and so many other conferences. We are back to normal within 15 minutes. Even at the time of the funeral, they are discussing Bollywood movies and many other things. The seriousness of the situation not realized only. So samskars, the Shastra says every samskar is important. And as a practitioner of follower of Sanatan Dharma, as much as we can adopt into our life, if children can be given these samskars, it will be really, really beneficial. And of course, there is a challenge of getting the right people who can do the samskar. That's also a challenge, even if someone is really serious, but then you don't get only people, the right people to do. But at least we should try. And if we are serious, if we actually look out, we will get people who are actually doing, people who are really serious about maintaining this culture, these elements of Vedic lifestyle. And if you can invite them, even if you think, thoda expensive ho gaya, itna paisa kyun kharch karna, what is the use? don't worry, it's actually going to be providing long-lasting benefits. Okay, any thoughts on this? Yes. Yeah. That's a detailed topic. We can discuss it later because actually Krishna in the Gita, in the Bhagavatam addresses this point. We will discuss this maybe at the end of the discussion, end of the session. Okay? It is long topic. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Yeah, that's not your mistake, definitely. If the pujari's lack of seriousness ke karan ho raha hai, then definitely it's his mistake. He has to pay the price. But if the puja is sincere, ultimately again, sincere is the main thing. Thoda mantrochchar mein thoda gadbad upar niche ho gaya, everything can be excused. As long as the intention and the motive is pure. From the pujari side, definitely he should try his best, making sure that he's properly studied the whole thing and he's doing it with the right method, following the proper procedures. In spite of taking care of all those things, agar kuch gadbad ho bhi gaya, that can be excused. There are aparadha shodhana mantras. At the end of the procedure, you chant certain prayers requesting for forgiveness for whatever mistakes may have happened in the course of performing the ritual. At least for our immediate relatives, close relatives, we should do at least the yearly Shraddh. Immediate relatives. Immediate relatives can vary from person to person, but depending on your closeness with that member. But if you can do, that will be nice. Okay, let's move ahead. This is section 4. We have finished one section of our regular Vedic practices. Here we are going to discuss some prominent saints who have appeared in this great land of India. And we are also going to see what is the guru-tattva. How saints play an important role in our spiritual advancement. How India has witnessed some exemplary saints who have shaped the cultural landscape of our country. Again, I will be here focusing on those saints who have propagated the tradition of bhakti culture. We have different ideologies within India, and every ideology has their own legacy of saints. But then due to the shortage of time, I won't be going to that. But within the bhakti tradition, the tradition of devotion to Krishna, devotion to Vishnu, those saints I will be focusing, few of them, and see their contribution. Okay? So the guru, what is the guru principle? The guru principle, the exemplary sadhus, exemplary women of India, and what are the ideal qualities of a sadhu? So guru-tattva, it's a very important thing. Guru means, in the Gita, Krishna says, tad vidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadekshyanti te jnanam jnaninas tattvadarshinaha. Arjun ko, Krishna is telling Arjun, tad vidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya. If at all you are serious about advancing in spiritual life, one must, not one may, it's an imperative. One must approach a person who is jnaninaha tattvadarshinaha, a knowledgeable person who has seen or who has realized the truth. Krishna used the word seen, darshinaha, but in English we can say one who has realized and experienced the truth. Such a person must be approached if at all we are serious about advancing on the spiritual path. And what should be the mood of approach? Pranipat, pariprashna and seva. Pranipat means submission. One must be humbly submissive to the Guru. Pariprashna means one must sincerely make inquiries about our own spiritual challenges, maybe spiritual doubts. One must sincerely inquire. And sevaya, one must render personal, menial service to the Guru. All three are important. Submission is important. A challenging attitude will not help. Okay, I have already got some information from the internet. Let me check if this Guru is really capable of delivering me. Testing a Guru is not wrong, but challenging a Guru is wrong. That attitude is problematic. We can definitely check which Guru is really authentic, whether he can understand me, whether I can relate to him. That kind of investigation is encouraged instead of blindly accepting anyone. But the challenging attitude, okay, let me see, dekhta hu isko kitna aata hai. Is it really good or bad? That is detrimental for spiritual advancement. So, pariprashna, some humble, submissive attitude. The pranipat. Pariprashna is inquiry. Once we accept a Guru, we should be putting forward genuine inquiries about the spiritual difficulties we may be going through, about philosophical challenges we may be having, about implementing certain practices in my life. Prabhupada one place says, a Guru should be asked spiritual inquiries, not like, how can I become successful in my business, which girl to marry. Don't go to Guru with these questions. For marital problems, for that you consult the right person. If you have business issues, consult a businessman, business consultant. Don't go to the Guru, ask for blessings and then spoil his time. Genuine spiritual inquiries. That's the question we need to ask the Guru. And sevaya. Seva is important. Otherwise, we simply keep listening from the Guru, hear all kinds of information. But then when it comes to practically applying them, the Guru says, "Arey, theek hai, can you please do this service for me in my mission?" We should not back out saying, "Oh, I don't have time." So relationship, the bonding develops with the Guru when we actually render service. Not just with the Guru, with anyone. Even with our family members, with our husband and wife, children. When there is service interaction, that's when the relationship develops. Than simply saying, I love you, that's not enough. If you really love a person, you should serve the person. Similarly, if you really love the Guru, if you really want to develop relationship with the Guru, there has to be service. Guru should be served. And the Guru is not like a egomaniac person who is simply demanding services. The Guru is accepting service from the disciple on behalf of God, on behalf of his Guru. The Guru is ideally a Guru should be a member of the disciplic succession, the Guru Shishya Parampara. A chain of spiritual masters descending, originating from God himself. And such a Guru who is coming in a bona fide chain of parampara, sampradaya, such a person is representing the entire parampara. And when we serve the Guru is accepting the service on behalf of the parampara. And is simply transferring the service to his Guru, who will in turn transfer it to his Guru. Ultimately the service reaches God. That's parampara system. It's a very transparent system. So when we serve, we should not think, Guru is demanding too much service. He is representing the entire chain of Gurus, paramparas, spiritual masters, and is simply the transparent medium through which the whole thing goes back to Krishna. So if we want to render service to God, service to Krishna, the Guru becomes the medium through which the service is given. Because a genuine disciple doesn't consider himself qualified enough to directly approach God. God is too big, too great. Right now I don't have direct access to God. Eventually I may get, if God favors me. But God generally accepts services from the people through his agents. and the guru becomes the primary agent for the disciple to offer service to God. So in that sense, having a guru is essential. And Krishna really emphasizes this principle in the Gita. And everywhere in the Shastra you will find several statements highlighting the importance of accepting a guru. Now with that said, let us see some exemplary saints and spiritual masters of our tradition. Foremost among them is Adi Shankaracharya, who is non-different from Lord Shiva. Shankaracharya appeared somewhere in, I think, 2500 BC approximately, or maybe a little later, maybe in AD also, I'm not very sure about the date. So Shankaracharya propagated the philosophy of Advaitavad, the non-difference between God and the Jiva, God and the Atma. It's technically called Advaita. There is no duality. There is similarity between the living entity and God. He equated the living entity with God. Advaita. There is no difference. So in this way, this topic we are going to cover in the advanced level. There is a topic called Spiritual Strategies for the Age of Iron. How Shankaracharya played a crucial role in reviving the entire Vedic culture after Buddhism. So Krishna appeared 5000 years ago, and after Krishna's disappearance, the Vedic culture suddenly started declining because Kali Yuga had started. The influence of Kali age had begun, and the effects were immediately visible. Within a few centuries, the culture dropped dramatically, and people started breaking all principles. Then came Lord Buddha around 2500 BC, who is considered to be an avatar of Vishnu, and he started the process of revival. But then the revival was not so easy. It had to go step by step. Beginning with Buddha, followed by Shankaracharya, followed by other Vaishnavacharyas, culminating in the appearance of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It took about 2500 years to revive the entire glory of the original Vedic culture. We are actually in a time phase where the revival is growing. We are fortunate to be a part of this revolution. Although we may see so many problems in society, decline of Vedic culture, but it's actually in the upward trend. The graph is on the rise. So Shankaracharya played a crucial role in the early stages of this revival, and he propagated his philosophy, and he ensured that the Buddhist culture is replaced by the Vedic culture. Buddhist culture is predominantly atheistic. It's called, it's an Gnostic because they don't accept the Vedas, they reject the Vedas. So Buddhism is, although it's a crucial element in the revival, but technically Buddhism rejects the authority of the Vedas. Shankaracharya had to bring back the Vedic authority. So he traveled all over India and he established the 4 dhams. Yesterday we saw the 4 dhams, the 4 corners of India. And he ensured that Vedas again become the authoritative books for the mass of India. And in this way he reinstated Vedic authority. Okay, next. Mirabai, well known spiritual practitioner in the Bhakti tradition. She was in Vrindavan around 16th century approximately. And she was highly addicted to worship of Krishna. This is the same time when our Goswamis were also there, Gaudiya Goswamis. In the 16th century, Jiva Goswami, it says that he met Mirabai, also Rupa Goswami and Jiva Goswami. So she was highly inspired by the devotion, the worship and devotion to Krishna, and I think she also wrote a lot of songs glorifying bhakti towards Krishna. And she has been an influential person in this bhakti tradition, especially in North India. Our Shastras describe how one can have a relationship with God in 5 different rasa. Shantaras, Dasyaras, Sakhyaras, Vatsalyaras and Madhuryaras. There are different intimacy levels one can have a relationship with Krishna. So the highest among them is Madhurya. Madhurya means conjugal relationship. Madhurya it's called. Conjugal, just like a husband and wife. So similarly, treating God as my lover and developing a connection with God in that mood. Like Vatsalya is treating God as my son or child and serving God as my child. Although God is the father of everyone, the parent of everyone, but still God agrees to become your child if you have that mood, if you want to cultivate that mood towards God and serve God in that mood. So Yashoda and Devaki, they were like parents of Krishna. Kaushalya, Kaikeyi. So this is Vatsalya Bhav. Some people will treat Krishna like a friend, like the Sakhas of Vrindavan, Arjun, Uddhava. They would treat Krishna like a friend. Some people are in the mood of servant. I am a servant of God. God is my master, I am the servant. A typical example is Hanuman. Always in the mood of a servant. And there is Shantaras also, where you are like in a passive adoration mood. You are spellbound by the greatness of God. You are like, Kare kya? Itna great hai Bhagwan. So much admiration. That is called Shantaras. So Mirabai is said to be in the mood of Madhurya, conjugal mood. And that's highly appreciated. So she had a great influence, especially in the northern India, even till today. Sant Tukaram of Maharashtra. Maharashtra has produced a lot of saints. Gyaneshwar, Eknath, Ramdas, Namdev and Tukaram. I remember when I was in school, we had this one lesson in history where we had, I think it was just one paragraph describing each of these saints. So in 2 pages, I remember 5 pictures of these 5 saints, Eknath, Ramdas, Tukaram, Gyaneshwar and और कौन है? Namdev. These 5 saints got 2 pages में खत्म. And then started the chapter after chapter about Aurangzeb and other Mughal invaders. The whole book was like Mughal invaders. और अपने great saints of Maharashtra only 2 pages. बात खत्म. Look at the education system. The people whom we are proud of, उनके बारे में no education. And all these invaders and terrorists, we spend hours and studying and writing exams on these people. So Sant Tukaram was a very important revolutionary in the time of Shivaji, 18th century I think, 17th, 18th century. And he is known for his worship of Lord Vitthal Rukmai in Pandharpur, and Dehu, his birthplace is Dehu, very close to Bombay, on the way to Pune. Very nice place, very big temple. They have maintained it also very nicely. And a lot of good accommodation also available. If you can go, that's a very nice place. So he was born there, and his worshipable deities were Vitthal Rukmani of Pandharpur. And he wrote the same philosophy that you find in the Vedic literatures, the Mahabharata, Ramayana. He simplified the entire philosophy of Sanskrit, which is locked in Sanskrit language, and wrote it in simple Marathi abhangas. So you don't have to be a Sanskrit Pandit to decode the mysteries of the Vedic literatures. Any common man can also understand without becoming a Sanskrit Pandit, because the Hindu system had become so rigid at one point of time, even now to some extent, that if at all you want to study Vedic literatures, Vedic knowledge, you have to become Brahman Pandit. If you are not, you are disqualified. So that way people were disconnected. We Hindus are also quite responsible for spoiling our own culture to some extent, because the knowledge was not shared. The culture was not transmitted. They were just like monopolized kar diya usko, some intellectuals, and they didn't propagate it properly. So these saints like Tukaram and all, they were the ones who took that same knowledge, wrote in simple local vernaculars, so the people, common masses could understand. That's how the Bhakti tradition continued to flourish in spite of all these horrible invasions. Otherwise, the culture should have actually disappeared long back. Just to give you a perspective, all these invaders have attacked not just India. If you go to the West, South America, the Spanish and the French attacked, French colonized African colonies, African countries. The Spanish went to Brazil and all those countries, South America. The Dutch also conquered certain areas. Britain conquered Asia and other countries. All these other countries, maybe except India and few South Asian countries, if you look at their history, if you look at their native civilization, everything is wiped out. The invaders, they don't leave even a trace of the native culture there. They completely replace it with the invading ones. So Brazil, their language is Portuguese, I think, right? Spanish, okay, Spanish. There is French-speaking country in Canada. Africans have French colonies. Argentina, which language they speak? Spanish? Portuguese and Spanish are quite common in South America. Spanish, right? There's Portuguese also somewhere in South America. Portuguese lying in Europe. बात कर रहे हैं South Americans. Look at तो उनका native language कहाँ गया? Gone. Totally wiped out. But in India, in spite of 1,000 years of invasion, starting from 7th century when Ghazni Gauri attacked, till British in 18th, 19th century, 1,000 years of invasion. Still, that's an amazing thing. Still, our Vedic culture is active. The language is still alive. English has not overtaken us. It is gradually overtaking us. And I'm contributing to it. So the culture is still intact. That's an amazing thing. And now it's reviving. That's even more amazing. So these saints are the ones who actually contributed in preserving the culture, spreading the culture and reviving the culture. Without these saints, India would have been gone back. We wouldn't have remembered Marathi, Hindi to hota hi nahi tha yahan pe. We would have all speaking English only. So that is Sant Tukaram. So Abhangas, if you read, simple Marathi, but deep philosophy. The most intricate, deepest philosophy are explained in these simple songs. How we should be detached from all kinds of materialistic life, how we should get attached to Vittal's glories, the beauty of Vittal and the beauty of Rukmini. Okay. Guru Nanak, although he started his own, yeah. Yes. Krishna himself. Rukmini is his wife. Yeah. Not that mood, yeah. The Dwarka mood. Awe and reverence. Radha Krishna is Vrindavan mood. When Krishna left Vrindavan, went to Mathura and eventually to Dwarka. Dwarka is like a city. Cosmopolitan city, all palaces and marbles and diamonds and gold. Vrindavan is like typical idyllic situation. Wahan pe forests and peacocks and parrots, cows. Simple village. Dwarka is like city. तो वहाँ का मूड अलग है, यहाँ का मूड अलग है. Oh, we saw this. Guru Nanak, he is the founder of Sikhism, Sikh religion, but their culture is very similar to ours. The philosophy and the songs and the... If you have gone to Amritsar, Golden Temple, anyone gone? Amritsar? Yeah. The culture is very similar to our temple. The service they render, the bhandara they do, the food distribution, the shoe stall seva. It's amazing. Rich people come there and you won't even recognize them, but then they are the ones who will take your shoes and clean them up, polish them up and then keep it better than what it was in the original. And food distribution, unlimited food distribution, which is very similar to our temples. If you go to Tirupati, Udupi and all these temples, a lot of food distributed. That same culture is prevalent in these temples of, even in Nanded they have a Gurudwara. Who was that saint? Nanded wale? Guru Gobind Singh. He was killed there by the Mughals and that became the center of pilgrimage for the Sikhs. Sardarji, a lot of Sardarjis you will find in Nanded. There's a direct train between Nanded and Amritsar. इवन द ट्रेन के ऊपर भी वो पंजाबी में लिखा है उन लोगों ने, अपना इंडियन रेलवेज का ट्रेन में. So it's a very holy site for the Sikhs, and Guru Nanak and all the saints in that line have contributed to Krishna Bhakti only. It's actually Vishnu Bhakti. They are singing the glories of Hari, glories of chanting the names of Krishna, worshipping Krishna, studying the scriptures. Very similar. In fact, the Sikhs were the ones who protected the Hindus from the invaders' attacks. The religion was born in the beginning to protect, especially Hindu women and Hindu society from these Mughal attacks, because they would like come and invade and everyone, pollute everyone, rape everyone, rape the women. So just to protect these people, the religion began originally, so that society is protected. Bhakti Vinod Thakur, very important personality from the Gaudiya tradition. He was born in West Bengal somewhere around early 19th century, and he was a magistrate in the British government. He served as a judge in the British court, and he was very efficient in his work. He would solve a case in 5 minutes. Very complicated cases. In 5 to 6 minutes, he would give a judgment. And the British people were amazed. How can someone understand the whole case and pronounce a judgment so quickly? They would take half an hour, 1 hour, sometimes hours together to solve a case. So they requested Bhakti Vinod, and they appointed him as a main judge to solve the local cases, because the British couldn't understand the Bengali language, and this person was like very well connected to the masses. Not only that, he would write, again, like Tukaram, all these local saints, he would decode the hard philosophy of Vedic culture, Vedic Upanishads and the Vedas, and produce them in simple songs written in Bengali. Simple bhajans written in Bengali. That's how the culture spread within the Bengal Orissa region. He was later transferred to Jagannath Puri, and he brought about drastic transformation in the temple administration of Jagannath Puri. A lot of corruption was happening at that time, malpractices were happening. He's made sure everything is properly, systems are clearly set up, and the funds are utilized properly. Jagannath Rath Yatra and all those things are happening properly. So Bhakti Vinod Thakur happens to be our Prabhupada's, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada's guru's father. Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur was the spiritual master of our Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Bhakti Siddhanta Thakur's father was Bhakti Vinod Thakur. An important member of our Guru Shishya Parampara, coming down in the line of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And he was the one who actually pioneered the spreading of Krishna conscious culture. He is the seed from which ISKCON was born. He wrote in English. He would write in English, Sanskrit and Bengali. He wrote one book on the life and teachings of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, which was exported, which was found later in Canada's McGill University. Our ISKCON devotees later found it in that university. So he had this vision of having a global Krishna conscious communities all over the world. In one place he writes, when will that fortunate day come when Americans, Germans, British, Europeans will come together to Mayapur and dance, ecstatically chanting the names of Krishna? When will that day come, O Lord? When will that day come? And that day has actually come. If you go to Mayapur and Vrindavan, you will find people from all nationalities together chanting on the streets of Navadvip, Mayapur. But he was a pioneer. He laid the groundwork, he gave the blueprint on how to have an institutional structure to the propagation of Vedic culture. And then his son, Bhakti Siddhanta, took it to the next level. He actually created an institution. He created the Gaudiya Math in somewhere around 1920s. He gave an institutional shape to the spreading of this culture, and he established 64 Gaudiya Maths all over India, beginning with Calcutta and Mayapur. And then his disciples, our Prabhupada, he took it globally. Bhaktivedanta Thakur traveled all over India. Prabhupada took that framework and created ISKCON, which is like a global institution, which began in New York and then later spread to all parts of the world. But Bhaktivinoda Thakur is the seed, the pioneer who gave that vision of a global society of Krishna devotees. So his contribution is remarkable. Ramanuja, do you want a break now immediately? I am waiting for a signal from the people. Yeah, let me. घनश्याम पुरोहित चेक करने क्या आए क्या हम लोग स्नैक्स रेडी है यार पूछ लेना. Okay, so Ramanujacharya was born somewhere in South India, in Tamil Nadu, and he is the founder and propagator of Sri Vaishnavism. Sri Vaishnavism is a very important branch of Vaishnavism, beginning with Lakshmi ji, Mahalakshmi, and he comes in that parampara, and his capital city was Sri Rangam. If you go to Sri Rangam, there is a huge temple, huge Gopuram, one of the biggest Gopurams that I have ever seen, maybe next to Ananta Padmanabha Swami in Trivandrum. This temple is like the biggest temple all over India with 7 boundary walls, huge worship. Lord Ranganath is reclining. This side or this side? Left or right? Left, na? Left, na? Yeah, left. And there are 3, you can't see in one darshan, there are 3 doors. Right? 3 doors, na? No, one door. Padmanabha Swami is 3 doors. Yeah. Huge form, Ranganath. So Ramanujacharya was a personal worshipper of Ranganath, and he established the philosophy of, 2 minutes, philosophy of Vishishta Advaita, qualified oneness. So Shankaracharya established Advaita, he established Vishishta. There is oneness, but there is special oneness between God and the living entity. In this way, he was very influential all over South India, especially the 4 states, especially Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and to some extent Karnataka. And his influence is so profound in those times. This is 11th century, 12th century time, when there is no technology, no transportation available. He would travel walking all these places and preach and convince people about the practice of devotion to Lord Vishnu. And he had a tremendous influence. Next is Madhvacharya. A little immediately after Ramanujacharya's appearance, Madhvacharya came. This is the Udupi Krishna deity. Udupi in Karnataka, on the coastal Karnataka. And he appeared in 12th century. He gave a little more twist to Ramanujacharya's philosophy. It's a Dvaita philosophy, where he emphasizes the difference between God and Jiva. Again, remember, Advaita is oneness of God and Jiva. Ramanujacharya is, there is some difference between God and Jiva. Madhvacharya highlighted the difference aspect of God and Jiva. Dvaita. And he was again almost similar to Ramanujacharya. He traveled far and wide. He went to even Delhi and Kashmir, till that part, for retrieving some scriptures. Came back. He even met Vyasadev in the Himalayas in those times, and he learned he got some instructions from him. So in Udupi, if you go, he established the system of worship which is still active. 800 years ago, that's the system that he established of having 8 prominent mats, Ashtamathas they call. They rotate the services of the deity in Udupi every 2 years. Every mat takes charge of the worship every 2 years. And after 16 years, the first mat again gets. In this way, the system is continuing even now. Very pakka worship. Time to time, excellent offerings, excellent worship, lot of people coming in Udupi, and no deviations. And they distribute a lot of food, again like Tirupati. That was Madhvacharya. Namdev, similar to Tukaram, held a lot of influence in Maharashtra. We won't get into details of Namdev. Tulsidas, author of Ramcharitmanas, tremendous influence all over North India. Ramayana is actively popular just because of Tulsidasa's contribution. Otherwise, Ramayana would have gone, because again it is in Sanskrit, whereas Ramcharitmanas is in Hindi. People could understand more than Valmiki's Ramayana, they could understand Tulsidasa's Ramcharitmanas. In this way, Lord Ram is still active all over North India. And Prabhupada, we can speak for days together about Prabhupada's contributions and how he established. We are sitting here because of Prabhupada's contribution established. In fact, Prabhupada came here close to Bharati Vidya Bhavan one day in 1970 somewhere, and he said, he pointed in this direction to our road and said, we should be having a temple here. He prophesied, pointing to this direction, and by that prophecy we have a temple here right now. So he established 108 centers all over the world, beginning with New York. He, at the age of 70, he left for America, and within the next 11 years, 70 to 80, 81, he traveled all over the world and spread Krishna conscious culture. He wrote several books, the Srimad Bhagavatam especially, the Gita, the Bhagavatam, and the Chaitanya Charitamrita. His primary contributions to establishing the philosophy of Krishna consciousness all over the world. And the books are widely distributed. The Gita has been translated into more than 80 languages. The Bhagavatam has been translated into a similar number of languages. The Bhagavatam is accessible now online, offline, because every word has been translated. If you look at the shlokas, shloka, the English transliteration, word to word meaning, translation and purport for every verse of the 18,000 verses. That's a monumental task within a short span of 10-11 years. So that's Prabhupada's contribution. And we will stop here. I want to cover this, but we will cover this after the break. So these are qualities of a devotee. Krishna talks about who is a devotee, who is a sadhu. How do you identify a sadhu? What are the characteristics of a sadhu? Based on the Gita description, one Bhagavatam description, we will see this. And then we will continue with the next sections. So we saw this list of sadhus and saints who have played a crucial role in shaping the culture of India. And there are unlimited number of them. Some are gained prominence, some have become famous, and some are not so well known. But all of them have contributed in smaller or bigger degrees. So these notes are not exhaustive, but I have tried as much as possible. I have taken the help of, I had the material, but I took the help of ChatGPT to make it bullet points. That's why it's looking attractive a little bit. Otherwise it was all paragraph after paragraph. But thanks to ChatGPT, it got into nice bullet points. Okay, so we have here now qualities of a sadhu. What makes a sadhu a sadhu? Why do we call such people saints? So the Gita, if you read the Gita, there are several sections within the Gita where Krishna highlights the qualities of a yogi, the qualities of a devotee. Especially there is one section in the 12th chapter, the last section of the 12th chapter, beginning with 12.13 till 12.20. 8 verses where Krishna says, my devotees will have these qualities. Anyone who has these qualities is extremely dear to me. So we want to become dear to God, dear to Krishna, right? What qualities I need to cultivate in me by which I can attract Krishna's attention, God's attention. So here is some points. Kind to all, free from ego and possessiveness, equipoised in happiness and distress. What is equipoised in happiness and distress? What does it mean? No, not extremely happy, not extremely distressed. Okay. To be stabilized in good and bad. Anything else? Being neutral. Okay. Being feeling same. Okay. In both situations. Yeah, yeah. But then someone can say, यार इसको emotion है कि नहीं इसके अंदर? अच्छा हो बुरा हो कुछ reaction कुछ तो दिखा यार. Not like a stone-faced person. You crack a joke and he's like looking at you. You say something bad, then he's looking at you. That's also not appreciated, right? So equipoise is not emotionless. Equipoise means the person is not affected. This is important. He is not affected by extreme levels of happiness or distress. He understands. He goes through the emotions. He has feelings of happiness and feelings of difficulties. But he is not carried away by those emotions. Like for example in the Gita, when Abhimanyu, in the Mahabharata, then Abhimanyu was killed. Abhimanyu happens to be Arjuna's son. So, now Arjuna heard the Gita first, right? Before the battle began. And Abhimanyu was killed, I think, on 15th day of the war. 15th? Yeah, 15th day. Or 14th day, I believe. So he was killed. So what do you expect Arjun? He will feel happy, he will feel miserable, or he will feel neutral. He has heard all this. ठीक है ना? ये गीता का statement है ये. And Abhimanyu was killed. What should Arjun feel? Huh? He should feel sad, but then you're supposed to be equipoised. Should he rejoice? Definitely he's not going to rejoice. Not affected? That means he is not sad. He is not sad? Okay. Yes? Focused on karma. Yes, that is right. So he actually cried. He cried. Actually, he didn't know. He saw some symptoms of kuch to gadbad hai. He was fighting far away in the one corner of the battlefield, and every day after sunset, after the war would get over, when he would come back to the Pandava camp, Abhimanyu was the first person who would welcome him and offer nice reception. And when he was getting closer to the camp on this day, he saw Abhimanyu is not there. Why Abhimanyu? Where is Abhimanyu? He didn't come to welcome me. And then he saw a gloom spread all over. Everyone is silent. No one is speaking anything. When he entered into the camp, none of his brothers are saying anything. Everyone is like silent. Yudhishthira was silent. That's when he started inquiring. He started to ask Krishna, what happened? Why? What? Something is different today. Something inauspicious today. And when he entered, no one is ready to speak. Who will break the news? Bura news kaun bolega Arjun ko? Finally, Yudhishthira spoke up. He mustered the courage and spoke up, said, this is what happened. And none of us, although we tried our best to protect him, but we couldn't. The Chakravyuh banaya tha us din Dronacharya ne. And he got trapped inside and we couldn't enter inside and we couldn't protect him. So, and then all those happened. The next day, and then the whole event happened. So Arjun cried really hard. But then he bounced back immediately. He took a vow that next day I am going to kill Jayadratha before sunset. Because Jayadratha was instrumental in preventing. Yes. Jayadratha was instrumental in preventing the other Pandava brothers to protect Abhimanyu. Abhimanyu entered the Chakravyuha, and these four brothers, Bhima, Yudhishthira and all, they couldn't enter because Jayadratha blocked them. He had one blessing from Lord Shiva. And he utilized that blessing to defeat the four Pandavas. So Jayadratha was a culprit. So Arjun took a vow. Next day before sunset, I take a vow that I will kill Jayadratha. And if I don't kill Jayadratha, then I will enter into fire and destroy myself. Next day was the fiercest battle that Arjun fought the entire war. He killed one entire Akshauhini soldiers. Akshauhini is like one unit of army. A certain number of elephants and chariot drivers and horses and foot soldiers. There is a unit, measurement unit. He destroyed an entire Akshauhini on that particular day. And that was a remarkable success. That actually turned the tables. That was a turning point when Pandavas started gaining the upper hand, the edge over the Kauravas. Till then it was like undecided who is ahead, who is behind. But after this, the tables turned. So Arjun cried. He is not stone-headed. ठीक है ना, मैं गीता सुन लिया, I am not going to cry. नहीं. A devotee will go through all emotions, but the emotions won't impede the discharge of his duty. Whereas an ordinary person gets overwhelmed by both emotions. When he is extremely happy, he can't function. When he is extremely miserable, he can't function. He is like dysfunctional totally. He wants to enjoy. Party, कुछ अच्छा हो गया. Party करते रहो and forget the duty. और कुछ बुरा हो गया, get into depression and forget the duty. Whereas a devotee, no matter what the situation is, a sadhu, ideal sadhu, a properly situated yogi, will never forget the discharge of his duty. That's what real equipoised situation is, in happiness and distress. And more importantly, equipoised means a person is more focused on something higher than the mundane fluctuations of emotions. This happiness, distress, ऊपर नीचे होता रहेगा. Profit and loss, gain and victory and loss. These things are temporary phases of time. And if I get caught up in these emotional fluctuations, my focus on the higher thing will be lost. That focus I want to maintain. And if these emotions help me in retaining my focus, then these emotions are favorable. If these emotions are an impediment in the discharge of my duty, then I ignore these emotions. That's what Krishna, and this equipoised thing, the theme of remaining equipoised comes repeatedly in the Gita. Beginning with 2nd chapter, 3rd chapter, 5th chapter, 12th, 13th, 18th, everywhere you will see, 14th also, everywhere you will see Krishna emphasizing the importance of remaining balanced. Don't get carried away by emotional fluctuations. That's important. Self-control and determined in devotional service. Equanimous in honor and dishonor. Again, this is equipoised. Honor and dishonor, heat and cold. Equally compassionate to friends and enemies. Fixed in knowledge and engaged in devotion. Qualities like tolerance, compassion, fearlessness and forgiveness throughout the Gita. Acknowledging the challenges of applying them in real life situations. So it's easy to talk about all this, but when actually in that situation, maintaining that focus and remaining unaffected by our externals is really difficult. Unless we have practiced it, only then we can implement it at the right time. Okay. Okay, so that's the end of the discussion on saints and practitioners. And we saw all these saints, if you remember. And these are the qualities that actually make a person a saint. Not that we want to ignore the externals. The externals are also important, but the qualities, if someone is exhibiting these qualities, such a person should be respected as an ideal saint, ideal yogi. Yeah. So again, now this is a topic of Varnashram. These qualities, certain qualities should be implemented by the Brahmanas, certain qualities by the Kshatriyas. Now being compassionate to friends and enemies is actually an ideal quality for a Brahmana. A Brahmana is like he's like a judge. In the sense, he's like a parent for the society. A father is equally compassionate to good children and bad children in the same family, right? He can't be partial. अरे ये अच्छा लड़का है, इसको मैं ज़्यादा favor करूँगा, ये थोड़ा नखरा कर रहा है, इसको मैं. Brahmana is like that. He's compassionate. He's compassionate to everyone. That doesn't mean he he is blind to the mistakes of someone. If someone is doing a mistake, he has to be punished or he has to be rectified. The corrective procedure has to be done, but out of compassion. Even the punishment is administered in a compassionate mood for the ultimate welfare of the person, not out of in a revengeful mood. So father is punishing a child, shouting at a child, or mother is shouting at a child out of compassion for the ultimate welfare of the child. And that implementation of punishment is done by the Kshatriyas, the kings. So they are all part of the same team. The Brahmanas will pronounce a judgment maybe, the Kshatriyas will, the kings, the rulers will implement. So that example of Prithviraj Chauhan was not exactly ideal, because his so-called compassion eventually led to greater violence for the people inside the country, right? So where to apply violence, when to apply non-violence has to be again done with proper guidance, under proper consultation, not out of foolishness, simply ahimsa. Just imagine a policeman, he catches a terrorist and he releases him. Is that compassion appreciated or not? It's foolishness. His so-called compassion will result in greater violence for the masses. Therefore, at that time, he has to be violent. That application of violence is actually compassion on the terrorist and on the masses also. So, let us not misapply these principles. Okay. Okay, next section. Lifestyle. Okay, so we are going to discuss something about the Sanskrit language, the traditional attire, something about Ayurveda, Varnashrama, astrology, vastu shastra. You may be familiar with all these terms. Some of you may be even practicing them. Some of you may be experts also. Anyone here? Ayurvedic expert doctor here? Anyone expert in vastu, astrology? You're vastu? Acha, interesting. Astrology, koi hai? You know astrology? Acha, nice. Okay, so let us try to see some of these elements. क्या हो गया इसको? Sanskrit language. You are familiar with these alphabets. The vowels and the consonants. It is said to be one of the most scientifically precise languages of the world. Most computer-friendly language, easily programmable to produce anything. It's all based on phonetics. These five, especially these five categories: Ka varga, Cha varga, Ta, Ta, and Pa vargas. They're all, now because we are so used to it, we think isme kya badi baat hai, natural hai. But you compare it with English, English ka alphabet structuring is so random. We are so used to English कि we have become insensitive to the stupidity of the language. How can someone pronounce cat with a C? K sound hai already in language. Why would you use C for cat? We can't think, right? But it's actually absurd to use C for cat. And what else? The alphabet A is used for all sounds. A ke liye use hota hai, O ke liye hota hai, A ke liye hota hai. U is used not for you, except for you, it's used for everything else. Right? It's quite strange. But that has become the main language of the world, the global communication ke liye. But Sanskrit and all Indian languages for that matter is you pronounce it the way you write it. You write it the way you pronounce it. Simple. Unfortunately, now the condition has become so bad, we prefer reading Sanskrit shlokas in English. हमारा उतना conditioning हो गया है. our Bhagavatam classes happen, Sanskrit में लिखते हैं बोर्ड पे हम, sorry English में लिखते हैं हम लोग बोर्ड पे, Sanskrit verses. और संस्कृत में लिखा है वो पढ़ नहीं पाते. Look at the pathetic condition of conditionings. संस्कृत में ओके वो combined रहता है ना, joint रहता है कई बार words. Then people अरे ये थोड़ा break करो यार, इसको break कर दो. And English में breaking करके दिया है. That's one beauty of Prabhupada's books. That English become more comfortable reading. Reading in English becomes more comfortable than reading in the original Sanskrit. I don't know whether I should call it good or bad condition, but that's how the situation is nowadays. So Sanskrit language, every pronunciation is expressed in an alphabet. All the standard pronunciations. Of course, there are still many pronunciations, subtle differences are there, which are not used in Sanskrit. But especially these four, you know, R and R, L and L, these are vowels. These are part of vowels. Rishi wala R, it's actually a vowel. And the whole thing, this first 3 rows are vowels. Next 5 plus 2 rows are consonants. And every Sanskrit shloka, if you see, they are properly structured meters. There is a meters are called chandas. Anushtup chandaha. The Gita is primarily written in Anushtup chandaha. And there are Trishtup chanda. There are many chandas. Each line having specific number of syllables. Anushtup has 8 syllables in each line. 8. I don't have an example to show here. But if you look at the Gita verses, every shloka has 8 exact syllables in each line. There are some shlokas with 11 syllables, sometimes 14 syllables, sometimes 21 syllables. 21 in each line, 21 into 4, 84 syllables in one shloka. Can you believe it? Measured hai sab. Can you imagine a Sanskrit English poem by Shakespeare maybe with exact such measurements? ऐसा नहीं रहता है. Which one? That's good, interesting. But nowadays I don't think English poems have that proper measurements. At least I remember English poems studying in English school time. None of them had that such proper rhythm and meter. Okay. So yeah, meter. So Sanskrit, everything is like chanda has to be there. It's not just random. And even within a line, the way you arrange the syllables, there is a rule. Which type of letters can follow a certain set of letters. Where to put the break? There is something called guru and laghu. Guru means a hard, long weighted syllable. Laghu means light syllable. Then vowels and consonants. Dirgha and rasva. It's all defined. That's about pronunciation. Then about grammar. Grammar is unbeatable grammar. Everything is written down. How to generate words. The nouns, the naam, the subantas and the tingantas, the nouns and the verbs, the kridantas and then the avyayas. Everything is defined. And how you generate words, there's a rule. You can't just speak anything just because it's commonly used. There's a rule to generate new words. There's the dhatu, that the verbs are divided into 10 categories called ganas. And there are specific dhatus in each gana. In this way, there are 2000 recognized verbs. All the other verbs are derived out of these verbs. Unlimited number of them. Infinite words can be derived by following the rules. Even the nouns and the verbs. And a combination of both. Verbal nouns. And there are sutras. The most widespread grammar used is the Paninian grammar. Panini was a Sanskrit grammarian who appeared, I think, somewhere in the BC, 2500 BC, that period. And he formulated a system of grammar. Of course, grammar was there even before, but Panini's system is widely accepted now. And he has listed 4,000 sutras for the entire grammar. With these 4,000, the entire grammar is done. Every rule is covered. There is nothing left out. And if you make it program it, then the language is complete. That's the beauty of Sanskrit language. And the language is existing since time immemorial. All the Vedic literatures are written in Sanskrit. The original Vedas are written in Sanskrit. Till 5000 years ago, Mahabharata written in Sanskrit, Ramayana in Sanskrit. Of course, there are slight variations in the usage, but overall, the language is intact. And if you look at other languages, English, every decade there is a change. The usage of words, the way in which it is, there are some words become archaic, some words become new words are generated, and then the connotations are totally different. And then again borrowed from other languages, which is nothing wrong in it, but the language is constantly changing. What we used to read, what books we used to read 100 years ago will not be understandable now. You know, the typical biblical usage, thy and thou. आजकल कौन use करता है वो? We don't use them. That's all old fashioned. And the books written now, 25 years down the line, will be kind of old. People may not be able to connect and understand completely. So language is constant in flux. Whereas Sanskrit maintains, the rules are designed, the language is designed in such a way that you can't just change like that. You have to follow the rule. It's tight. But new words can be flexible at the same time to generate new words. That's the beauty. And it's rhythmic. It's like a song. Gita is called as a Gita, Geet. Bhagavad Gita. It's a song. Song bhi aa gaya, music bhi aa gaya, rhythm meter aa gaya, chandas aa gaya, and the deepest philosophy encoded inside. What can be a better combination? Right? Everything perfect. So if we can, we should learn the language. And it's easy for Indians to learn Sanskrit because every Indian language is derived out of Sanskrit. If we can learn English, definitely we can learn Sanskrit. There can be nothing harder than learning English. The hardest language we have managed to learn, Sanskrit will be very easy. And it's a misconception to think that it's about a complicated language, complicated grammar and complex structure. It's all bogus. It's actually very simple. And the words that we use in our day-to-day Hindi, Marathi, many of them are derived from Sanskrit. Only a little bit of grammar here and there, the language becomes daily usage, can be come into daily usage. And there are organizations dedicated to propagating Sanskrit. There's an organization called Sanskrit Bharati, which is doing amazing work. Heard of Sanskrit Bharati? Anyone? Very nice organization. They are like really determined to make Sanskrit a conversational language. And they have really got good success. Even we had some sessions a couple of years ago. They conducted a session. And children pick up easily. In fact, children pick up quite easily, better than adults. And they start speaking simple statements, basic day-to-day statements. And if you put a little more effort, grammar and other things, within a month we can start speaking. Of course, we need company also, people with whom we can converse. But then it's easy to pick up. Not difficult at all. That barrier, that psychological barrier given in Sanskrit bhamega nahi. And if you learn the language, studying the Gita, Bhagavatam will be so easy. Now we have to rely on translations, which is nothing wrong. But when you know the original language, it becomes easy. We can appreciate and relish the book much better. So therefore, as much as possible, start incorporating Sanskrit words whenever possible, instead of taking shelter of English words. If we have Sanskrit equivalent, Indian equivalent, that's a good idea to incorporate them in our day-to-day usage. Okay, let's go ahead. I'm racing against time. Dress. Traditional dress, I don't have to tell you all know better than this. Every state has its own traditional dress. Dhoti, kurta, sari, salwar and lungis. If we can adopt this attire, if not on a daily basis, if you're going to schools and colleges and offices, definitely we cannot wear traditional dress. But at least when we are coming to traditional places, what's the harm in wearing this traditional dress? No one is going to stop you here. If you're coming to temple, Try wearing dhoti, kurta, sari. If it is impractical for whatever reason, if you are on the way to the office and if you have to come to a temple, definitely you cannot wear traditional dress. You may have to wear your formal office dress. But if you are exclusively coming to the temple and you have no other responsibilities on that particular day, what's the harm in wearing dhoti, kurta? Right? Thoda uncomfortable lagega in the beginning. If you have to travel in train and then thoda hai discomfort. It's all a matter of getting used to it. We, with dhoti kurta, we can get into Virar fast on a peak time. Dadar local also we can catch and get down successfully with our clothes intact out of the station, out of the railway train. So it's all getting used to it, and it's all the mental barrier कि अरे लोग क्या कहेंगे, वो क्या सोचेंगे. Who cares anyway? In fact, the more we express our belief systems with that, that's an important integral part of our belief systems, our ideology. It's not disconnected from what we are practicing. Look at Muslims, right? That's one good thing we should appreciate in them. No matter what the externals are, they will definitely wear their burqas and their caps, skull caps. They never care what people will think, right? And no one will dare to say anything to them. But we, seculars, the so-called secular, open-minded, broad-minded Indians, लोग क्या कहेंगे, लोग क्या सोचेंगे? And then we have this excuse, our office doesn't allow, put a bindi here, put tilak here, put kanthi mala. So iske liye, we want really to put this, but then what to do? Do you really want to do? That's the question we need to ask. If you don't want to do, then we have 100 excuses available to not put it. But if you really want to do, then why can't we come together, make a lobby, create a lobby and say we want to put it? As long as my work is not getting affected, your job is getting done, what is my appearance going to do to your work? Right? So earlier there was formal dresses. That was the only thing allowed in offices. Then they allowed casuals also on weekends. I remember when I was working in TCS, then Saturdays was allowed. Casuals. One day casual. And the people will look forward to Saturday. Friday maybe. I don't think. Yeah, Saturday. Friday? Friday. Saturday, Sunday off. Friday was casual day. There jeans and t-shirts you can wear. But nowadays I see the casual become the norm. Right? Every day everyone is like casual. शॉर्ट्स भी पहन के आते हैं कई बार. कुछ तो पहन के आते हैं, वही बड़ी बात है. कुछ तो पहन, काम करो इधर. काम होना चाहिए. As long as you're doing the work, I don't care what you are wearing, what your externals are. That's the mood, which is good from one point of view. Right? So dress is an integral part of our faith, our practice. And if we can express it with our dress, we should do it. That's one way, very powerful way of preserving the culture. The language, the dress, scripture, all these are important. And we should not shy away from doing it. The more the number of people will do, then it becomes a norm. No one will start thinking about it. Because we don't do it, then and if someone does it, it becomes, "Arey, ye kya thoda hatke hai tu?" But if everyone starts doing it, no one will think it is a hatke thing. It's an acceptable thing. It's a normal thing. What's wrong? ठीक है ना, क्या problem है? Nowadays, unfortunately, लोग तो अपना jeans फाड़ डालते हैं. 4-5 कोने फाड़ते हैं, and that is the norm. In fact, it attracts poverty. It attracts the vibes of poverty. This tattered, torn, fatijar kapde. We may call it style, but you're attracting the vibrations of poverty. Definitely we should avoid all those things. So that is about dress. Okay, next. Ayurveda. I'm not an expert in Ayurveda, but Ayurveda has a lot of, it's originating in the original Vedas. Dhanvantari, when the Samudra Manthan pastime happened, some of you may be aware of this event. Samudra Manthan was done long back. So out of that came Dhanvantari. Dhanvantari is the original proponent of the science of Ayurveda. I don't know whether I have included in the notes, not here. Dhanvantari, Ayurveda talks about. Ancient system of natural healing, it's called Ayurveda. It's the science of life. It's not just medical theory. Ayu ke baare mein science, life. Ayu ke baare mein science. Written about 50 centuries ago, which is not exactly true, but at least from a Vedic compilation point of view, Vyasadeva compiled the Vedic literatures 5,000 years ago. So in that sense, it is 50 centuries old, but the knowledge is existing far before. Detailed discussion of various medical subjects. Central to understanding Ayurveda, the crucial thing is it complements your spiritual practices. It's not just to maintain good health. A lifestyle, it encourages you to follow a lifestyle that is conducive to spiritual practice. Again, everything is aimed towards spiritual perfection. That's the beauty of all Vedic literatures. Any discipline you take, it is aiming towards this one common goal, which is spiritual perfection. So similarly, Ayurveda is a science of maintaining good health so that you can practice spiritual life nicely. It is based on 3 doshas, kapha, vata, pitta. What do you call in English? Bile. क्या बोलते हैं उसको? Mucus, mucus, bile and air, na? Yeah. Vat, kapha and pitta. Regain equilibrium through diet, climate, season activities and mental discipline. It's mostly preventive. The lifestyle is preventive. And if you happen to fall sick, then there are some medicines. But diet itself becomes a medicine. The way you eat diet, that should act like a medicine. Nowadays we eat medicines like diet. Itna goli khana padta hai after the age of 70, 80. So many tablets you have to consume. That's like main diet, and then bhai khana ye nahi, wo nahi, so many restrictions. Rejuvenation and healing methods also part of the system. So it's believed that the body itself is a good healer. You just have to give the right environment, right time, enough amount of time. The body has built-in healing capacities. And Ayurveda helps in reviving those things. Even allopathy is nothing against allopathy or any other system of medicine. But again, allopathy or any other system of medicine, it should aim towards the ultimate goal. Most of the times, allopathy or any other system of medicine will encourage you to continue your reckless life. Oftentimes we notice, it doesn't exactly restrict you or demand lifestyle changes. At best, it may say, okay, avoid this food and that food and for some time, and then you can continue whatever you are eating. For time being, just because you are sick now, thoda sa control karna. Then indulge. Indulgence is like not a favorable thing with Ayurveda. Regulation, not indulgence. Okay. There are many other topics. I won't go into every detail. Let's move to Varnashram. This is a hot topic. The most widely discussed, most misunderstood subject is Varnashram. What is Varnashram? So dividing the society into 4 social orders and 4 spiritual orders. Social orders are Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya and Shudra. And the spiritual orders are Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha and Sannyas. Varnashram is an ancient social system in India with also known as caste system nowadays, not the original one, but with a broader scope that includes both social and occupational roles. See the Brahmana's role. Brahmin, the priestly and scholarly class responsible for spiritual and intellectual pursuits. Kshatriyas are the warrior and administrative class responsible for protection and governance. Vaishyas are the merchant and agricultural class responsible for trade, commerce and farming. And Shudras are the laborer and service class responsible for support functions. So what do we understand? Is it caste based? Is it birth based? It is occupation based. Yeah. Correct. 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 So originally this verse is, that's what it's talking about. Chatur varnyam maya srishtam guna karma vibhagashaha. Tasya kartaram abhima vidya kartaram. Guna karma vibhagashaha. The division is based on guna and karma. Qualities and activities. Not janma karma vibhagashaha. Not based on birth. So, just like in any organization, you have so many departments in an organization, right? HR and finance and programming and housekeeping and accounts. Why? So that overall the organization runs smoothly. There is a goal, there is a vision and mission statement for an organization, and there are targets and goals, and you need people who can help in achieving that goal. And you, according to the candidates, after taking the interview, according to the candidate's abilities and capacities, you allot him certain job profiles. And then the person will flourish there. If he is really capable in that area, he will really flourish and grow. Similarly, if society is taken as an organization, everyone needs to be properly engaged according to their psychophysical nature, according to their talents, God-given talents. And if you force them to do something else which is against their nature, that person is going to be really miserable. So ideally, social heads, social leaders, the society's leaders should encourage every occupation, no matter what the occupation is. No matter how menial it appears or no matter how superior it appears, everyone should be respected. Dignity of labor has to be there. Even a cobbler on the street, a sweeper on the street, has contributing value, is contributing to society's development. And even the intellectual class is also contributing. Even the Kshatriyas and warriors are also contributing. But if I have a certain talent and society needs that talent, let me use it in the society's welfare. And that's the best contribution I can make for the society's development. But if the society defines success, we were discussing this yesterday, if the society defines success as IT professionals are the best, or doctors are the best, if society starts respecting these professions more and start disrespecting the other professions, then everyone will want to do that only, which is what is happening now. Right? Right from when we were studying in schools, IIT ka preparations would begin at 11th, 10th ke baad. If someone wants to enter into engineering, 11th mein preparation would begin. Brilliant tutorials was there at that time, quota and all those things. Now, after a few years, 8th standard se chalu gaya bichare ka preparation. The rigorous schedule of IIT preparation, assuming that he really made up for as an engineer. 8th se chalu kisna. Now I don't know, I heard 6th standard. 6th se chalu hota hai? Is it true? I heard. 6th standard se preparation for IIT entrance, main, advanced and mains. 6th standard चालू. 10 years down the line, I don't know. जैसे वो mother के womb से बाहर निकले चालू किसाना. I don't know. E equal to MC square and calculus and other things will be, the flashboards and signboards will be in the maternity room में चाल लगा देगा उसके अंदर. Let it getting samskaras, 16 samskaras you're talking about, mathematical samskaras, let him get right from the room, childhood. So all these things are happening, and if unfortunately the child is not made up for that, look at the torture he has to undergo. Because that's how we are defining success in society. IIT graduate has getting 25 lakhs initial placement order, placement job. As soon as he got out of the college, itna lakhs ka package. Or get into AIMS and then you get this much package. You do MD and then super specialization. What else you do? Because that's how we are respecting people. And those who don't get into that, we kind of look down upon them. ठीक है ना इसको? Oh, you couldn't make it into IIT? Poor guy. At least NITs? वो भी नहीं. VJTI भी नहीं. DY पाटिल. उधर गया तुम? IIT में नहीं मिला. And there are so many other thousands of colleges coming out. One statistics I read somewhere, some few months back, 16 lakh engineers are coming out of India every year. Every year. Out of which 10 lakhs are unemployable. No company wants to take you because you don't know anything, although you have a degree. You don't know the fundamentals of engineering, whatever discipline you have done. The student has no knowledge, practical knowledge of applying that 4-year degree. 4 साल घिसा वो, gave a lot of exams and workshops. He cannot use that knowledge anywhere. He has to start from scratch. That's the statistics of Indian engineers coming out of college. Except from IITs and other colleges. These regular जो लल्लू पंजू colleges है ना अलग सब जगह पे. You go from on the highways, from Delhi to Mathura and other, every side of the highway, both sides of the highway, you find colleges, engineering colleges. इतना engineers आते कहाँ से? You don't find colleges of agriculture. खाना तो रोज खाना है कि नहीं हमको? You don't need qualified farmers to produce good quality food. Clothes, we are wearing clothes. Where do you hear about textile engineers? Nothing. Only engineers. Chemical, and nowadays only computer engineers. Everyone should join IIT Bombay for computers. और IIT में भी बाकी सब IIT भी खटा रहा है. IIT Bombay ही चाहिए उसको. IIT top 100 ranks, they want to get into IIT Bombay for computers. बाद में बाकी सब नहीं मिला, इसके लिए वहां पे जा रहे हैं हम. That's how we are defining success. What is his natural capacity, where he can contribute, who is caring about that? So here Krishna says, Guna Karma Vibhagashaha. It has to be based on your qualities and activities. And the next, in the 18th chapter, he talks about who is a Brahmana, who is a Kshatriya, who is a Vaishya and a Shudra. Even a Shudra, for that matter, is highly respected. If you look at the qualities of Shudra in the coming verses, हम लोग ये इतना संत है ऐसा लगेगा हमको, ये क्वालिटी है इसके अंदर. Some descriptions of the Shudras are given. It's far better than modern day Brahmanas. So here says, this is Brahminical qualities. Shamo damas tapas shaucham kshantirarjavam evacha jnanam vijnanam astikyam brahma karma swabhavajam. Shamo damas, mental equilibrium, sense control, tapaha, the ability to perform restraint, tapasya, perform tapasya. Shaucham is cleanliness, both internal and external, mental cleanliness and external cleanliness. Kshantirarjavam evacha, kshanti is religiosity. Archavam, I need to check. Jnanam Vijnanam Astikyam, knowledge and practical applied knowledge. All these are the characteristics of a pure ideal Brahmana. Not the Brahmana who was performing the marriage ceremony ke time funeral mantras chant kar raha hai. Not that. That is not a Brahmana at all, according to this definition. Kshatriyas. Guess what the Kshatriyas qualities? Shauryam tejo dhutir dakshyam yuddhe chapya palayanam danam ishvara bhavasya kshatram karma svabhavajam. Shauryam is chivalry, courage, tej, power, dhruti, determination, expertise, dakshyam, yuddhe cha apya palayanam. This is interesting. Not running away from a battle. If your opponent is superior to you, more powerful than you, you may think, let me run away and save my life. A real Kshatriya will never do that. He will fight till death. Death is better than running away from battlefield. In fact, in the story of Jayadratha, when Arjun took that vow, next day I am going to kill him before sunset. When Jayadratha heard that news, you know what he said? I am going home. I don't want to fight. Who can tackle Arjun? He told Duryodhan, save my life now. I have lost all interest in kingdom, fight, nothing I want. You just allow me to go back. And Duryodhan made fun of him. Come on, aren't you a Kshatriya? How can you run away? Don't worry, we are there to protect you. We will ensure that there is enough defense around you and Arjun will not be able to penetrate the defense and your life will be saved. With that assurance, Jayadratha stayed on the battlefield. But Arjun successfully penetrated by Krishna's help, definitely. And he broke open all defenses and ultimately killed Jayadratha just before sunset. A few seconds before sunset. Few minutes before sunset. So, yuddhe chapya palayanam. Yeah. But technically sunset had not happened. He just covered the sun with Sudarshan. Yeah. So, not running away from the battlefield in the face of greatest challenges. That's a Kshatriya attitude. Dhanam, Ishwar, Dhanam, charitably disposed all the time. Lot of charity. They are like always into social welfare. How I can help my praja in their social development. Ishwar Bhav. Ishwar Bhav is not egomaniac. Ishwar Bhav means the ability to manage and administer administrative abilities. I want to oversee, I want to ensure everything works nicely. That kind of administrative attitude. That's Ishwara Bhav. That's the quality of a Kshatriya. Kshatram karma svabhavacham. Then, Vaishya and Shudra. Krishi Goraksha Vanijyam Vaishya karma svabhavacham. Krishi, agriculture. Goraksha, cow protection. Vanijyam, trade and commerce, is Vaishya karma. Are the qualities of a real Vaishya. And Paricharyatmakam karma. Assisting all other classes in whatever way needed. Those labor assistants is Shudra. Shudra is like flexible, highly flexible. They can get into any assistant job and do a perfect job. Very, very loyal to their employers. That's a Shudra quality. Loyalty to the employer is a Shudra quality, which is an admirable quality. Nowadays we keep changing jobs every 6 months. We are not even Shudras. Forget about being a Brahmana. So, Paricharyatmakam. So, every job needs assistants. Like, even to arrange this, there are so many people working background. Arranging a prasadam and Frankie's order kiya, juice setup karenge wo log, prasadam. Everything needs assistant. Not everyone can be a lecturer. And sometimes I have to do the assistant job. So, we have to be flexible. Someone else is speaking, I may have to do the menial job. But as long as it is serving the mission, our ego should not become a barrier into the discharge of the mission. So, and Vaishya, Krishi, Goraksha, this is important. Agriculture, cow protection, and trade and commerce. So, some people will get excited about business, entrepreneurial skills. As soon as they hear about money, then their adrenaline gets pumped in. And then they get excited. How I can invest money here and then this business, that business. That's a typical Vaishya attitude. They are ready to take risks in investing their money. There are some people who never risk, never put their money into risk. That's like safe. Are they safe? Provident fund, FD, बैंक में invest करेंगे हम लोग. Business में ना तो पता नहीं loss हो जाएगा. But these businessmen, they will put not unnecessary, they will take calculated risk, not like whimsical, reckless risks and lose all money. But they will know where to put money, where to not money, when to withdraw, when to invest. That's a typical Vaishya attitude. Look at the Marwadis, the kind of ideal Vaishyas. यहाँ पे हाथ डालेंगे पानी निकलेगा, अच्छा पैसा निकलेगा. So that's typical Vaishyas. And it's good, and they are also needed. Everyone is needed. Everyone can't be a Brahmana, right? I will give lectures only, and I will give sermons and प्रचार करूँगा मैं, और कुछ नहीं करूँगा मैं. Society is not going to function like that. So that is This is also an interesting verse. This is in the Bhagavatam. Yes, this is Narad Muni telling Yudhishthir Maharaj. Yasya lakshanam proktam pumso varnabhivyanjakam yadanyatrapi drishyeta tatte naiva vinirdishet. So what does it say? Yasya lakshanam proktam. Whatever lakshana or symptoms you find in a person, if you find the symptoms of Brahmana in a so-called Shudra, call him a Brahmana. He may be born in a Shudra family, but if he is displaying the symptoms of a Brahmana, he should be termed as a Brahmana. And otherwise, if you find Shudra qualities in a Brahmana boy or man, person, he should be a Shudra only. And nothing wrong in it. Anyway, birth is not the defining characteristic. Qualities will define. And don't force him to become a Brahmana and behave like a Brahmana if he doesn't have those qualities. There's a nice story about one boy who went to a guru and the guru asked him, so what's your caste? Jabala Rishi, I don't remember the name. So guru asked him, so what's your caste, my dear child? The child said, I don't know, because I don't have father. I don't have father. My mother was kind of a prostitute, and I don't know who my father is, so I don't know my caste. So the guru said, you are a Brahmana, because you are straightforward and truthful. You are not hiding your apparent weakness. The straightforwardness is a Brahminical quality. Being honest, straightforward, scripturally wise, that's a Brahminical quality. So in this way, wherever you find certain qualities, that according to the qualities one has to designate a person in which Varna he or she belongs to. Unfortunately, although this is the original system, and this system was quite prevalent until a few centuries ago. In fact, it is said that the degradation of the Varnashram system began at the beginning of Kali Yuga. There is an instance where King Parikshit was cursed by a Brahmana boy named Shringi. He said he was the one who cursed him, saying, in 7 days and 7 nights you are going to die and you will lose everything. That a boy cursed him just out of arrogance of being a Brahmana. Prabhupada writes, our Acharya explained, this is the downfall, the beginning of the downfall of the Varnashram system. Till then, the Brahmanas were respected. They were detached, self-controlled, non-greedy, very liberal in their sharing of knowledge, and they were not attached to their positions and possessions. They will always remain kind of poor externally. Even if they get some donation, they would immediately distribute. And very knowledgeable, not arrogant, very humble. But from this point on time, gradually Brahmanas became arrogant, and then other castes started losing respect for them. And eventually, so degradation happens from the top. The top order became degraded, then the next order became degraded. The Kshatriyas became extremely arrogant because there is no one to guide them. When the top order is degraded, the Kshatriyas take power, absolute power, and they start exploiting the people. Then the lower order become abused. Then Vaishyas they revolt against the order. Then they take charge. So all this revolution that we hear in history, Italian Renaissance and French Revolution and the Russian Revolution, have you studied all these things in history? These are all each order revolting against their superior existing order. The French Revolution is revolting against their priestly class. The Russian Revolution is the Shudras revolting against the capitalists. And then they want communism. All the wealth and resources should be equally distributed. So revolt. Because the Vaishyas exploited the Shudras. Capital is exploiting the laborer class. When kings and rulers had exploit the Vaishyas and Shudras, then they will revolt. So every revolution is nothing positive. It's a decay. It's an indicator of decay of the social system. So it happened in India also. All this, some class will revolt against their controller class, and then some social change will happen. It will last for some time, and again some revolution will happen. As long as the original system is brought back, in its original purity, all these revolutions will keep happening every century. Okay, so that's about Varnashrama, and now it has become so degraded that if I am born in a Brahman family, I am a Brahman. If you are a Shudra, you will perpetually remain a Shudra. And then the horrible system of reservation system has come up. This is the other side. Because the Brahmanas have exploited the lower classes, now they want to take revenge. So the reservation. Even if you are not qualified, you want the admission in top colleges, you want the best job placements. Reservation system. It's just the flip side of the same coin. It's not a solution to the problem. You're just reversing the problem, reversing the victimizers and the victims. Just changing the sides. Yeah. Conflict of? Huh. Oh. Acha. Yeah. So again, it's you try to rectify a problem with another problem, which is not a solution. So that is Varnashram. Yes.
So a few days back, I read a comment on your YouTube comment section about Varnashram. So when you read these comment sections and comments, most of South Indians are teased with rice bags. Those who are converted, there is a term called rice bags.
Term called?
Rice bags.
Okay.
For converted South Indian into Christian. So when the missionaries came, they gave a lot of rice bags and they converted themselves to Christian. So there is a term coined rice bags for them. So I also read one who was defending this, that at least they had compassion. Those missionaries had that compassion towards the tribal communities who were backward at that point of time. And the upper hierarchy of the majority, the Sanatan Dharma, the upper hierarchy, the upper caste, they never showed compassion. They never allowed us to get educated. They came and they set up their churches, and then they got education, mainstream education, the convents per se. So they got education into the mainstream, and then they got educated, and now they are defending, saying this, that why we are wrong, like we got converted because of rice bags, but we have been shown compassion by them. They have given us right to education, they have given us food, they have treated us equally, whereas there is nothing called inequality in their stream, in their religion. It's monotheist. Whereas here there is a hierarchy and all those things. So isn't this
Yeah, I got it. So it is true. Our own people follow the Sanatan Dharma has abused the system. The top class, so-called top class Brahmanas have kind of held autonomy over complete power, concentrating the entire power in their hands and suppressing the lower classes, abusing them also to some extent, not giving them equal opportunities to advance, progress in terms of education, in terms of job. They kind of privileged class, which is true, because of which these missionaries have taken advantage, and they are doing kind of compassionately, although they have their ulterior agendas, but still they are externally they are proclaiming that we are helping the people. Your people have abused them, exploited them. We are giving them jobs and money and other economic benefits and elevating them, which is true. They are doing something. So therefore, as practitioners of Sanatan Dharma, we have to actually break open all these caste barriers and treat everyone equally, respect everyone properly, and give them equal opportunities. Because the ancient Varnashram system is irrelevant now. If you say you are a Brahmana because you are born in a Brahmana family, that's immaterial. You don't have the qualities of a Brahmana. How can you claim to be a Brahman? You display the qualities and then we will accept you as a Brahman. Your qualities and vritti, occupation, both are important. Then you are ideally a Brahmana. You should function like a Brahmana. If I have a medical degree and if I don't function as a doctor, why should I be called a doctor? I am simply an ordinary person. So I should have the qualities, the degree of a doctor, and my profession should also be a doctor. Then I can be called as a bona fide doctor. Similarly for every other profession. I may have an engineering degree, but if I am not functioning as an engineer, I am not an engineer at all. Similarly, all these qualities of every Varna, Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, and their subdivisions also, everything is defined by their qualities and actions. And if someone is fulfilling that, then that person is that particular caste. Yeah, 1 second. So because now we have to break open all the ancient Varnashram system in its current form is totally irrelevant. In fact, it is exploitative. We should definitely abolish them. If we can reinstate the original Varnashram system, then it's okay. If not, just allow everyone to understand their psychophysical nature, their attitudes and aptitudes, and give them opportunities. And as practitioners and proponents of Sanatana Dharma, we should encourage, we should suppress the exploitative mentality and give them equal encourage them to choose the right profession and give them facilities also. Yes, madam. 1 second.
Like in most cases, how do they determine whether the child is classified in a certain varna? Like suppose a king has a very Brahmanic child. Let's say a Prahlad is like that. Now how do they say no, now this prince does not belong to the Kshatriya, may not be a warrior? Like how do they do that?
So therefore the Gurukul system was quite robust in that time. But the Guru, right from childhood, he would observe, and there was the teacher-student ratio was very high. For 10 students, maybe there is 1 teacher, which is very high. And the Guru would monitor the child's development from age 5. So within 1 or 2 years, the Guru is able to identify iska vritti kya hai, nature kya hai. And accordingly, education will be given, training will be given, and then he progresses nicely. Unlike in modern system where 10 years you have to study in school, mathematics, geography, history, which has no relevance to your future profession, and still continue that rigorous schedule into engineering and higher studies, and after 25 years of job, you're wondering, am I doing the right thing here? And then 25 years later, at the age of 50, he is thinking, I think I am made up for something else. Let me start a new career at the age of 50, which is the time you are supposed to retire and focus on something higher. So anyway, so that's how an ancient system worked. But if not 50, at least at the age of 20, 25, we should be able to identify and at least give the opportunity. Don't force, don't define society's success in these terms. Let us stop defining success in these terms. Then the children will feel encouraged to pursue other professions also, which could be into their liking. That's what we can do as individuals now. Okay, so astrology. Astrology is again another misunderstood science, misused science also to some extent, and we don't have, unfortunately, qualified astrologers who can apply use this knowledge for the benefit of society. We have something still relevant, but most of the time we take shelter of astrology only to marriage times, to match the horoscopes, or maybe some important ritual. You want to griha pravesh karna ho, at that time we may check astrology, and during Shraddha ceremony we may check astrology. Otherwise, on a day-to-day basis, we hardly use astrological knowledge, the science. So what is astrology? It aids in life guidance, proclivities and career direction, reflects interconnectedness of microcosm and macrocosm. Planets transmit unseen rays affecting life, offers insight into fortunes, phenomena, individual energy, shows tendencies, not fixed fate, can be modified. Understand character, temperament. Even gems, what they call gemology. Yeah, even gems are there. Some gems having certain energies. If you keep them in the right place near you, it will have some effect. So astrology is not simply prediction of the future, which is there, which is an integral part, but not something that is destiny. ठीक है, एस्ट्रोलॉजी ने बोला इसमें ये ऐसा होने वाला है. Now I am helpless. I can't do anything. It's all destined and fate is already written on my forehead. अभी मैं क्या करूँ? ऐसा resignation का feeling आ रहा है, then that's wrong application of astrology. So certain things in our life are fixed, and certain things are within our control. So at the time of birth, based on the position of planet, then this is an amazing science. Can you believe planet that is far thousands of kilometers away from Earth, their position at the time of your birth can give an indication of your future. What a science! If you think about it, reflect upon it. All the 9 Navagrahas, situated millions of kilometers away from us, their position is giving an indication of your future, your personal future. That's science of astrology. And it's not simply superstition. Someone asks, "Arey, oh sun bichara wahan pe ghoom raha hai. How can sun affect my life? How can moon and Mars and Jupiter affect my life?" It's all superstition. It's not superstition, Baba. They are not responsible for your problems in life. They are giving indications of what's going to happen in your life. And if you are already prepared by that information, you can take necessary steps to face them or to tackle them also in many cases. So if I know I am going from, say, Bombay to Pune by car, and I know the Google map is showing red light, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, red color on the map. So I know कि अभी आधा घंटे का कुछ ट्रैफिक जैम है, and I am prepared. हो 1 घंटा लगने वाला ट्रैफिक क्लियरेंस, कुछ एक्सीडेंट हो गया या फिर कुछ लैंडस्लाइड हो गया. So I know I am mentally prepared. If I, before starting from my home, I know it's already traffic jam, तो शायद I may change the date of travel. है कि नहीं? So they are like indicators, they are like maps, life maps, which gives you, predicts कि these are things that are going to happen. Better be prepared and take necessary precautions. That as simple as that. That's astrology. And if you can take proper advice from astrologers, proper astrologers, so many unpredictable things can be predicted. And we are prepared. And there is no stress. If there are uncertain things happen in our life, then stress increases. Right? You travel and suddenly something happened. But astrology could have probably helped you. अरे ऐसा होने वाला ही था. If you start on this particular day, at this particular time, these planets will have greater influence. Certain planets are favorable planets, like Jupiter and Moon are considered favorable. Mars, Shani, Saturn is considered unfavorable sometimes. So if you start from your home, a travel, a journey at certain times of the day, then these planets have greater influence on you, which means there could be greater obstacles in your travel. So better change the time, maybe start a little early or start a little late. If that can help us, what's the harm in taking shelter of this knowledge? And definitely horoscope matching is also there. If they can identify the girls and the boys, kundali and other things, and they see whether it is properly matching, why get into a relationship if it is not matching at all? And 6 months down the line, you are unable to get along with each other, and then get into divorce and alimony and so much headache. And in 3 years, you are not in the proper state of mind to get into another relationship. So take time, take shelter of this knowledge, take advantage of this knowledge, and find the right match, and live happily throughout your life without divorce. That's astrology. It's a great science. And even gems. So all these objects and stones, of course we don't want to blindly accept anything just because किसी ने बोला stone रख ले घर पे and it's a 10 kg stone है कहाँ पे रखूँ, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. But certain precious stones which are surcharged with some energy that can have some easy solutions to big problems. Okay. Vastu, another great science. Again, based on energy. Certain objects radiate certain type of energy. And if in our house, certain things are kept in a certain positions, certain corners, facing a certain direction, it has a different effect altogether. And if you place it in improper position, in the improper directions, it can have negative impact on our health, maybe on our relationships, on the overall structure of the building. It's all science. It's all researched properly. It's a part of our Vedic literature, and some intelligent, thoughtful people have compiled this and written it. We don't have to dismiss it, saying it's all superstition. Why would Vyasadeva spend his valuable time in writing something superstitious? The same person who has written the Mahabharata and other precious Vedic literature. Why would he be foolish enough to write something, such mundane topics? Influence Feng Shui, which is popular in the West. Focus on energy flow for maximum benefits. Considers directions, activities and arrangements. Just like position of a sofa in a certain direction. Just change it. It can have a dramatic change in the whole atmosphere of the home. Microcosm reflects macrocosm. So the universe is designed in a specific way. We are a small part of the universe. Small energy microcosm of the universe. So it has to be properly arranged to have the best benefits. Aims for harmony, balance and well-being in living spaces. So nowadays they advertise this building is vastu certified. This home is vastu certified. This shop, office is vastu compliant, yeah. Not certified, vastu compliant. So it's gaining popularity. I don't know to what extent they are actually vastu compliant, but they are at least attempting, reviving the science, reviving the knowledge, and trying to make advantage of it. And if we can explore it a little more, we can also personally implement it. Some basic, not into detail thesis nahi karna hai humko. Some basic information about astrology, vastu, medical science, Ayurveda, so lifestyle changes, yoga, just bare essentials if we can understand and adopt, it can have big transformations. Again, we should not get into too much into detail of every subject. Life is too short. And these things are ultimately meant to help us attain our spiritual potential. So if we get into too much detail of every subject, then we lose the focus of the main thing, the bigger picture. That we don't want to do. But bare essentials, which can be used on a day-to-day basis, let us take advantage of that. Okay, so that's the end of section 5.
रथ का
Okay,
सारथी
so let
बनाए।
us move ahead.
हम
We
7
finished the
सितंबर
section 5.
2000
So festivals of India. Again, we cannot cover all the festivals, but some important ones, about 8 or 10 of them I have mentioned here with some information about them. And I will focus maybe 1 or 2. Others, most of you are already aware of, I am sure. But just to refresh our memories and maybe fill in some gaps, it can help. Now you can refer to the notes primarily because I have not put much information on the slides. Just bare information I have put here. So beginning with Makar Sankranti. Again, every festival, just to give you an introduction to the whole thing, festival is meant to give us remembrance of the divinity behind it. There is every festival, oftentimes, most of the times, at least that's the ones that I have mentioned here, every festival has a divine connection, either with an avatar or some activities of the Lord, some great devotees of the Lord. It's all connected. And that event should remind us of that divine connection, the divinity behind it, and so that I can revive my connection with God. That's the whole idea behind festival celebration. So let us remember that while entering into the discussion. So Makar Sankranti, a Hindu festival celebrating the sun's transition to the northern atmosphere, symbolizes auspicious times, liberation, holy baths and harvest gratitude marked by gifts and traditional sweets. So it's a solar festival in the sense it's based on the sun's movement. So we have 2 calendars in the Hindu calendar, solar and the lunar, based on the sun's movement and the moon's movement. In fact, this current month of Adhik Mas is because of the moon's calculation based on the lunar calendar. If you go by the solar calendar, it has 12 months. But based on lunar calendar, every 3 years we have to add a month, because the the lunar year finishes in 355 days, I believe, or 354 days. So it's a gap of 10 days, 365, sun kavala. So every 3 years there's a gap of 30 days. That 30 days is added as a leap year month. So that both are matched. So that's how we get this Adhik Maas this month. This time it came within the Shravan month. Shravan ke beech mein Shravan Adhik Maas. And then after this Adhik Maas, again the month Shravan will continue, and then the rest of the months will continue. And this month is considered very auspicious, Purushottam Adhik Maas. And if you do any spiritual activity, it yields you much multiplied benefits. That's why we often sing the Chaurashtakam. If you have noticed, every day we sing a bhajan called Chaurashtakam, and we offer that lamp, kind of devotional offering to Krishna. Okay, so Makar Sankranti is a solar festival based on sun's movement, and it usually falls on January 14th, sometimes on January 15th, but otherwise the dates won't change, because even the English calendar is based on solar calendar. Therefore, the dates never changes. All other festivals, if you see, the dates changes. Right? There is no fixed day of Diwali. There is no fixed English date of Janmashtami or Ram Navami, because it's not based on sun's calculation. But Makar Sankranti, even the Kerala festival of Vishu, it's solar. It always falls on April 14th. This always falls on January 14th. So Makar Sankranti marks the beginning of Uttarayan, the sun's movement towards the north, from Tropic of Tropic of Capricorn, no? Capricorn to Cancer, that movement. And it is considered auspicious. In the 8th chapter of the Gita, you find Krishna talking about a yogi leaving the body during Uttarayan. Bhishma is one example. So Krishna says, Agnir Jyoti Rahas Shukla Shanmasa Uttarayanam Tatra Prayata Gachanti Brahma Vidojana. Anyone who leaves his body Agnihi during the daytime, Jyotihi during the effulgent time, Ahas Shukla, daytime, Shukla is white, I think. Shanmasa Uttarayanam, during the Uttarayan time, waxing period of the moon, Uttarayan time, daytime. If any yogi leaves his body at this time, then he attains higher planetary systems, even liberation. So in a yogi's life, the date of birth is important, definitely, but the date of departure is even more important. How a yogi departs, in what consciousness the yogi leaves his body, in what atmosphere and ambience and surroundings the yogi is leaving the body. Everything plays a role in what destination he is going to attain. Especially the thought, the remembrance, the memories that he has at the time of death, that is the most crucial factor in deciding his next life, afterlife. So Bhishma, as an example, he waited, he fell on the bed of arrows during the war, on the 10th day of the Kurukshetra war, which is like December time. The Gita Jayanti ke din Mahabharata war started, and the war lasted for 18 days, towards the end of December maybe. And then the Pandavas went back, they defeated the Kauravas, they went back. Yudhishthira was installed as the emperor of the planet, and all those rituals were, pujas and celebrations happened. And after that, Yudhishthira felt, I am missing something. I feel guilty of having participated in a war that created the loss of so many lives. Just to make me the emperor? So many millions of people sacrifice their lives? I feel guilty of doing something wrong. So many people try to advise him, no, Baba, this was a dharma yuddha. Krishna was personally organizing the whole thing. And his mission was there, paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya dushkram. He came just to establish dharma, and you are an integral part of the whole thing. So don't worry, there is nothing wrong you have done. In fact, you tried your best to avoid the war. But those guys were hell-bent on the war. So you are not guilty of, you don't have to be guilty of anything. But in spite of listening to Krishna and Narad Muni and Vyasa, so many people advised him, but still Yudhishthira will, no, I think I need to do something. So then Krishna suggested only one person can pacify him. Who is that? Bhishma. Let's go to Kurukshetra again. So they all went back to Kurukshetra from Hastinapur. And there Bhishma was lying on the bed of arrows. And Krishna requested, see, your grandson, whom you were dreaming of making him as a king since so long, finally he has attained the day when he has now become the king. You should be really happy now. So all the Pandavas, 5 brothers were in the entire, Draupadi also, all of them in the royal paraphernalia, they were standing in front of Bhishma. And Bhishma was really delighted to see that scene. Finally, my loving grandsons have become the king. And then Krishna requested him, so please, you are a reservoir of knowledge. So much experience you have, so much knowledge, wisdom you have. Please transfer the knowledge to your next generation. So that begins the discussion. In the Mahabharata, you have detailed discussion where Bhishma is instructing Yudhishthira on Raja Dharma, politics, diplomacy, how to rule the kingdom, how to satisfy the praja, all those things. And he gave also spiritual knowledge. And Yudhishthira was satisfied. That's when Bhishma noticed Uttarayana has begun. The sun has changed the direction of the movement. And then he said to Krishna, now the Uttarayana has begun, now let me leave the body, leave this world in a very auspicious state of mind. And he requested Krishna, oh Krishna, oh Lord, you are my worshipable Lord. Please give me let me meditate on your beautiful form. The same form, Partha Sarathi form, in which you were acting as a chariot driver of Arjun. Let me focus all my attention. That form, the Vishnu Murti form, let me focus my entire attention and give up this body. And by Krishna's blessings, he didn't feel any pain. The whole pain caused by the arrow piercing, all was gone. And he was like quite energetic. And he could focus all his attention on Krishna's form. And in that state of mind, he departed. So that happened in Uttarayan time. So Makar Sankranti is the harvest time. And there Sankranti is happening every month. Whenever sun changes the constellation, that's called a Sankranti. Any constellation. But Makar Sankranti among all Sankrantis is considered auspicious. Because northern movement. So it's a yogis. The yogis wait for this moment. So this is auspicious time to depart from this world and ascend to higher regions and including liberation. So that is Makar Sankranti. Then we have Shivratri. So Shivratri falls in February, March. Day of fasting, day of celebration, meditation especially. It is said that Parvati Devi followed this festival for the well-being of Shiva, her husband. Otherwise, at least as far as my information goes, my knowledge goes, there is no specific event associated with Shivratri. Parvati Devi prayed for the well-being of Shivji. That day, on this day. So therefore this day is known as Shivratri. And people worship, it's a good practice to go to any of the Jyotirlingas if possible. Worship Lord Shiva or any other Shiva temple. We have Babulnath here close by, or any other Shiva temple. And it's heavily crowded, by the way. You can't exactly enter on that day. Very difficult. I have never gone on a Shivratri day to Babulnath. Other times it's peaceful. You can easily enter. So that's a very auspicious thing. Worshipping Shiva, meditating on Shiva's glorious qualities, and praying to Lord Shiva for the ultimate blessing, ultimate benediction. Very popular in India. Especially it is good for women to worship. Generally women worship Lord Shiva for a good marital, even men worship for a good marital relationship. In fact, it is a good time this time we should actually worship Lord Shiva, because all family breakups are happening, relationships are spoiling, divorce rate is increasing. Maybe it's a good time the right time to worship Lord Shiva, so that there is peace and harmony at home. So if the harmony is at home is lacking, then how can you practice spiritual life? If the family is disturbed at home, then how can you practice peacefully spiritual life? So family stability is important for steady practice of spiritual life. Holi, very popular festival, colorful festival. In fact, in Vrindavan, Barsana area, they celebrate for how many days? 1 month? 35 days they celebrate. The Holi celebration begins much before our actual Holi. So continuously there is color spraying and Barsana especially in Vrajmandal area. Very nicely celebrated. So Krishna celebrated when he was there on the planet. Krishna and Vrajavasis would celebrate. In fact, there is a nice painting in the temple hall, if you have noticed, on the right side of the temple hall. There is a painting of Krishna and the gopis spraying colors at each other. Commemorates the burning of Holika. Holika story, you know? Prahlad's story. So Hiranyakashipu wanted to kill Prahlad. He tried so many times, so many methods to kill Prahlad, and he had a sister named Holika who had this power to enter into fire without getting burned. So Hiranyakashipu thought, this is a nice way to kill Prahlad. Anyway, this guy is disobedient. So he told Holika, take this child, enter into fire. You are anyway not going to die, and Prahlad will die. And in fact, the exact opposite happened. Prahlad didn't die, and Holika was burnt to ashes. So killing of inauspicious forces, negative forces, destruction of inauspicious forces, that's what the holy bonfire signifies, where the evil will be destroyed and the goodness will triumph. In fact, every festival, goodness triumph, succeeding over evil. That's the common theme. Holi and Gaur Purnima come together. It's a Purnima. And for us, Gaudiya Vaishnavas, followers of Lord Chaitanya, this is the biggest festival. Janmashtami and Gaur Purnima are the biggest festivals for ISKCON devotees and Gaudiya Vaishnavas. This is the day of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's appearance. Gaur Purnima. Gaura is another name of Lord Chaitanya, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, because he was golden complexioned. His complexion was golden. Gaura, Gauranga, one who has got a complexion of gold. That is Gauranga. So Gauranga Mahaprabhu's appearance happened around this time, Holy Purnima day. So that day is, in fact, we have a calendar, Gaudiya calendar, which begins with Mahaprabhu's appearance. Gaurabda we call. Within our ISKCON society, we have that calendar. So marking the festival of Lord Chaitanya's appearance, and he was the one who inaugurated the Sankirtan movement, congregational chanting of the holy names of the Lord, coming together with instruments, kartals and mridangas, and singing and dancing. Simplest method of performing devotion to Krishna, showing our devotion to Krishna, singing and dancing. That's an integral part of our culture. That is Gaur Purnima. Then we have Shivratri, we also already saw, right? Okay, the order is a little different on this PPT. We have Janmashtami, although it's not in the chronological order. Ganesh Chaturthi comes first. Okay, let us see Ganesh Chaturthi first. So birth of Lord Ganesh, celebrated as Ganesh Chaturthi on the 4th day of the lunar month in August-September. Modak, everyone's favorite. We also offer Modak here sometimes. And it's very nicely made. Sweet delicacy, significant food prepared during Ganesh Chaturthi. Tilak's role, because it was British rule, so somehow India had to be united. The British people were trying to divide India. So all the social reformers and freedom fighters, freedom struggle participants, they decided, we need to unite India. We can't divide India based on religious sectarian differences. So let us utilize this opportunity of festival and get everyone together. At least on the name of religion, we can come together and fight for a common national cause. So that's how Ganesh Chaturthi became popular, and all these Sarvajanik Ganesh Utsav festivals began. Huge pandals, huge Ganesh deities. Now, how authentic the celebration is, whether the inviting Ganesh in the idols and then eventually Visarjan Karna. I'm not sure whether it is shastrically authenticated, but at least people are coming together and practicing something nice. In that sense, it is good. Only one improvement we can do probably is that playing of all those Bollywood songs in that pandals, which really doesn't make any sense. Ganeshji tolerating all those blaring music, whether he's really happy or not, I have serious doubts about it. Yeah? Which one? Yeah. Yeah. Of course, there is a scientific reason given to it. Some lunar influence, some planetary influence happened because of which the milk drinking happened. Yeah, that's what they say. I mean, I didn't investigate into it much, but we don't give much of importance to that whole event. Because what is the ultimate consequence of it? ठीक है, Ganesh ने पी लिया. मतलब that other times Ganesh was not drinking milk. Is that what you're saying? You're offering modak and so many other items to Ganesh. All those things are not offered by, or not eaten by, accepted by Ganesh. I know, I understand. I remember that incident. Yeah, but there is a philosophical flaw here. That means here we offer it to Radha Gopinath and Krishna and so many other bhoga offerings. Like we saw the story of Raghunandan, right? The child boy, saint. Krishna, the God doesn't have to physically accept anything in order to appreciate your devotion. Simply by glancing, the devotion is accepted, the offering is accepted. So for us it is what's the big deal about it? Krishna is eating every day here. The prasad that we are taking every day, the prasad that you took now, going to take now, it's Krishna's Mahaprasad. That means Krishna originally tasted it, and you are accepting the sanctified food. Krishna has eaten it. Now whether I am able to see it, witness it with my own eyes, that doesn't really matter. ठीक है, Ganesh accepted milk, which is a good thing. People at least have faith that God is person, which is a good thing about the whole, good consequence of the whole event. But ठीक है, अभी हो गया. Is there any positive transformation in people's lives after the whole event? That's only the positive thing about it, which is important to preserve the faith. Yes, that is true. But eventually it also lead to some lifestyle changes. If a boost of faith should also result in boost of service to Ganesh, which is not happening. Your devotion to Ganesh should increase, your sacrifice for the Ganesh cause should increase. You learn from the example of Ganesh. Ganesh was the one who wrote the Mahabharata and studied the Mahabharata, which contains the Bhagavad Gita. So if you want to really satisfy Ganesh, you should study Mahabharata and Bhagavad Gita, which is not happening. Yes, Prabhu.
Ganesh Chaturthi is one of my favorite festival. Like in Bengal, there is Durga Puja and Durga festival. In Mumbai, this is every Mumbaiker, it's a favorite festival. Initially, it used to showcase all the messages, societal messages in the pandals. But nowadays, it's been seen that people compete with the size of murtis, which is, size of murtis doesn't decide the bhava or the bhakti towards. But people do compete with the size of murtis and decorations, and then it's commercialized like advertisements and all that. But initially it was about the message to convey to the society and to bring together the people. So, yeah.
So it has become commercial, competitive, whose Ganpati is bada, chota. Like I remember one time, I don't know, long back, there was a Ganesh called Kapileshwar Ganesh. Ganesh holding a cricket bat like Kapil Dev. And there was a Moreshwar Ganesh, the wicket-keeper Ganesh, Kiran More. So all this speculative Ganesh has no meaning. Ganesh is an exalted personality holding a major position in the universal management. And you bring him down to such cheap levels. And now Virat Kohli Ganesh aa jayega, fir aur koi Ganesh hai, Shah Rukh Khan Ganesh hai. People can imagine any stupid thing and make a mockery of the whole such exalted personalities. And we only go and worship them. So it's our responsibility to not encourage such things. So Ganesh has a Chaturbhuj form in the spiritual world. He is Vigna Harta. He can destroy obstacles that are coming in our life, especially obstacles on the path of spiritual life. And you make him a mockery out of Ganesh. It's an insult to Ganesh. It's not a worship of the Ganesh. So we should be careful about these things. So it has become commercial, and especially I can't tolerate that music that they play in Ganesh pandals. All kind of romantic songs. And what has Ganesh got to do with it? और विसर्जन के जाते हुए they are like half drunken state to pump up. दो बैंड बाजा बजाने के लिए 4-5 घंटा लाल बाग से यहाँ आने के लिए कितना घंटे लगेंगे? They do the विसर्जन 4-5-6 o'clock in the morning here, Chowpatty. They start at 8 o'clock in the night. 8, huh? they want that traffic. That's उसी में मजा है. बारिश भी है.
Seen the energy changing in this city where it's only about commerce every day, but when it's Ganpati time, the focus is genuinely only on Ganpati.
Correct.
Right?
That's
so
good thing
there's
about
a
it.
positive thing that people feel so connected to him that they're bringing a couple Ganesha, and God in our mythology has a sense of humor also. So Krishna was known to steal butter, have many gopis. So there's always been a sense of humor. It's God's never said, I'm so serious that, I'm not close to you. So if the devotion is real, I feel it's actually not a bad thing.
Devotion is not a bad thing, but how you present the devotion, there are some standard ways of doing it. In the name of creativity and innovation, you can't imagine anything.
True.
There's a limit to creativity also.
True.
You may call it creativity, but someone else getting offended also there.
Yeah.
Some other people will be getting offended.
True, very
So Shastra, therefore we need to create a boundary based on Shastric injunctions. If Shastra, then within the Shastric boundaries, there are enough scope of creativity. In fact, the ISKCON is kind of creativity only. Prabhupada establishing ISKCON temple, and if that innovative idea approach was not there, we wouldn't have able to penetrate into the Western society at all. So yes, Ganesh worship is important. Ganesh devotion is also very genuine. But these kind of hodgepodge khichdi, that spoils the whole thing. That we have to be careful. And the degradation happens like that. ये यहाँ से चालू हो गया. धीरे-धीरे something else, something more perverse will come. And eventually Ganesh will be forgotten and something else will take its place.
Like now they're saying have eco-friendly Ganpati. So
That is also okay.
Don't break your statue
Correct.
down. Those photos you've seen India today, all broken statues, arms,
Yeah,
legs.
yeah.
And all. It's
यही का है वो
it's a
चौपाटी
big
का.
desecration.
Correct.
If you're calling him divine, you
Correct.
can't treat it like that.
Correct. That is true. So again, therefore, I don't know whether there is a Shastric basis for the whole thing of, all this. Tilak used it, Lokmanya Tilak used it for a nationalistic cause. But to what extent it is Shastrically authentic, that has to be noted and checked. Okay, that's about Ganesh Chaturthi. Then comes Janmashtami immediately after Ganesh Chaturthi. The Dashara also, right? Dashara ke baad Janmashtami. Okay, anyway. Janmashtami comes in that period, August, September. This time it is Ganesh Chaturthi ke baad? Yeah, correct. Janmashtami comes first. Then Ganesh Chaturthi and then Dashara, right? That's the order. So yeah. So Janmashtami comes this year Janmashtami is going to fall on September 7th, 6th. We celebrate here 3 days. Our calendar is slightly 1 day something. Again, lunar solar calendar ke karan. People outside celebrate 6th. We celebrate on 7th. And 8th is also a celebration for us. Our Prabhupada's birthday, appearance day. So 6, 7, 8, 3 days consecutive festival here. And उसमें 3 दिन fasting ही हो जाता है. जन्माष्टमी fasting, next day भी fasting खत्म ही नहीं होता है हम लोग. Some people fast on 6th also, पहले वाला दिन also. So Janmashtami is the time when Krishna appeared. Krishna Janmashtami, Ashtami day. And midnight in the prison house of comes. And Devaki and Vasudeva were imprisoned. And 8 child, 7 children were killed, smashed to death. And 8 child was born. And immediately at the time of birth, when Krishna was born, he appeared in Chaturbhuja form, Vishnumurti form. And the whole prison house was lit up with the effulgence. And Vasudeva and Devaki were wondering, what is this? Baby, we expect a baby boy, right? But then you're like Chaturbhuj, awe and reverence, they were like taken aback. And then the Vishnumurti requested them, I will immediately turn into a boy, 2-handed Krishna, and you take me from here to Gokul Mahavan, which is like few kilometers away. And there you go to Yashoda Nanda Maharaja's house. There you will find a baby girl. Exchange me with that girl, and then you get the girl back. Same time the girl was born. So now the prison house is locked. There is security guards standing there, watching everything. But miraculously everyone fell asleep. And when Vasudeva picked up the baby boy Krishna, the doors opened, all the chains got broken, and Vasudeva had a safe, clear passage out of the jail. He started walking towards the Yamuna. Yamuna was full, but miraculously Yamuna parted ways, and Vasudeva walked in. Usme there is a drama. Yamuna again became full, and the child fell into the river. Krishna fell into the river. And Yashoda was like frantic, bacha gaya kahan? And somehow he picked up the child. It said, our Acharya explained, Yamuna wanted to take a touch of Krishna. So Krishna allowed her, ठीक है, for your sake I will jump into the river. And the Yamuna got sanctified, purified, became divine by Krishna's touch. And then again Vasudeva picked him up, started walking, crossed the Yamuna, finally went to Yashoda's house. There Yashoda was lying down with a baby girl beside, exchanged the child, brought the girl back. As soon as he came inside, again Yamuna parted ways, and inside everything was back to normal. Again the doors closed, chains all got attached, security guards opened, woke up, and the girl started crying. That's when they realized the baby is born. And immediately Kamsa got to know. And he came rushing, wanting to kill this 8th child who is supposed to be my killer. Right? The prediction was, the Akashvani was, 8th child is going to kill you. But then he was surprised to see, Arey, ladka nahi, ladki hai. But the prediction was, the boy is going to kill. How can this girl be born? But he thought, ठीक है, कोई तो है, मारना तो है मुझे इसको. Girl, boy, maybe, I don't know whether these demigods are playing some trick with me. Took the child and about to smash her on the stone. What happened? The child slipped out of his hands, went into the space, and took the form of 8-handed Durga. Bhayanak form, terrible form. And she said, you fool, O Kamsa. How long are you going to torture this poor couple, Vasudeva and Devaki? You have already killed so many children. The child who is going to kill you is already born somewhere else. Stop torturing these people. And then she disappeared. So then he came back to senses. Baap re, aisa ho gaya? Who is this child? Where is this child? Then he became sober and he said, I am really sorry, O Devaki and Vasudeva. I have tortured you so much. And I am really such a sinful person. I am a demon of the lowest class. I really beg forgiveness. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. And Vasudeva, because he's kind-hearted, broad-minded, he said, okay, whatever happened, we were destined to go through this suffering. So you are just an instrument of our karma. And okay, we forgive you. And Kamsa goes back. But unfortunately, his repentant attitude lasted only for a few hours. He had his coterie of ministers who were all ill advisors. They said, let us begin the real work now. Where is that child? These people are conspiring against you. Don't forgive them. Don't release them so soon. They are plotting something against you. Arrest them, keep them imprisoned. And then they began their persecutions. They decided to destroy all the Brahmanas everywhere, all the saints and sages who are performing sacrifices, Deva Yajna and Vishnu Yajna. He thought all these people are conspiring with the Devatas. And they are plotting a scheme to kill me because they are really afraid of me. And then began a mass persecution activities. They started sending demons. It began with Putana, Trinavarta, Bakasuraka, Aghasur. The Krishna, the Srimad Bhagavatam 10th canto describes how Kamsa continued his persecutions. Finally he realized this Krishna and Balaram are the ones who are going to kill me. But then all the demons he was continuously sending there, were getting killed. And then after 11 years, Krishna came back to Mathura and then killed Kamsa. So that birth inside the prison house is Janmashtami day. And the interesting thing is, he appeared as a Vishnu Murti in the beginning. That means when God appears, his birth is not ordinary. In the Gita, Krishna says, Janma karma cha me divyam evam yo veti tattvataha. My janma and karma is divya, divine, not ordinary. And one who understands this, evam yo veti tattvataha, one who understands tattvataha, in truth, such a person, tyaktva deham punarjanmanaiti, such a person will never go through repeated birth and death. And mameti, he will come back to me, for sure. So all we need to do, this is a very really simple formula, simple but not easy to apply. All we need to do to gain liberation from this repeated cycle of birth and death is what? Understanding the janma and karma of God properly, from the right sources, understand the siddhanta perfectly, and relishing those activities, celebrating those activities. One who is absorbed in these pastimes, in these activities of Krishna and his avatars, such a person becomes eligible to go back to Godhead, gain liberation from the cycle of birth and death. And this verse comes immediately after Paritranaya Sadhunam verse. Sambhavami yuge yuge janma karma chame divyam evam yo veti tattva. 4.9. So that's Janmashtami. Similarly, Ram Navami also. All these avatars, when they come, their birth, we shouldn't consider them to be ordinary births, like our birth. We take birth and we start crying, and if we are not crying, they slap us, and then we are forced to cry. That's ordinary, and our body is stinking, smelling, all kinds of liquids are oozing out of our body and coming out, spread all over our body, and then so much things have to be done. The mother has to go through so much pain, the child has to go through so much pain, and our birth is like any other birth. When Krishna takes birth or an avatar takes birth, it is not ordinary. They come with a mission. We don't come with a mission. We are forced to come here by the force of our karma. Our karma is forcing us to take repeated births. We don't have freedom. We don't have freedom to act anyway, do anything. But when God appears, when an avatar appears, Krishna or his avatars appear, then they are free. They are beyond the influence, the limiting influence of this world. Especially the three modes, the sattva, rajas, tamas mode. They are like forces that restrict our freedom. But when these avatars appear, or when their genuine representatives appear, they are beyond the influence of the three modes, sattva, rajas, tamas. And they come with a mission to establish dharma again. Some paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya cha dushkritam dharma samsthapanarthaya. That is the main purpose, re-establishing the moral ethical principles of religion. Sambhavami yuge yuge. That's why God appears. So we have to understand that their appearance and activities are different, on a different plane altogether, not like us. That's what distinguishes us from God. And if anyone says, I am God, then we have to prove that his activities are divine, his birth is also divine, and his departure is also divine. Everything is extra, supramundane. So that is Janmashtami. Ganesh Chaturthi we saw. Dashera. So Dashera is a culmination of the Navaratri festivals, 9 days festivals, where Bengal, if you go, there's Kali Puja, grand celebration, Durga Puja. So again, Durga is worshipped in various forms, and remembering the purpose is to get rid of all the negativities, especially lust, anger, greed, envy, pride, illusion. These are the main negative qualities that keep a living entity bound into this material world. As long as we are carrying any of these negativities, we remain eligible to continue our stay in this material world. The moment we are freed from these qualities, we become eligible to escape this world, in the positive sense. So Navaratri is supposed to again help us overcome these negativities. We pray to Durga on the 9 days. We keep a fast so that I can gradually overcome these qualities. Otherwise, there's no point in celebrating. Instead of getting rid of lust, we increase our lust by playing all these dances. where it's taken as an opportunity for young boys and girls to come together and indulge in all kinds of activities. It's totally incompatible with the spirit of the festival. In fact, I don't know how true it is. They say the number of abortions is maximum immediately after Navaratri. So they indulge in all kinds of activities. Illegal. And it culminates in Vijayadashmi, which is like the arrival of Lord Ram back from, the day when Ram killed Ravan. Ravan was killed on, Deepavali is the day when he arrived. Dashara was the day when Ravan was killed. So the 10-headed Ravan again represents the negative qualities. Ram was killing the heads, destroying the heads, but then the new head was coming up, right? Popping up. But when he shot the arrow at the heart, that's when Ravan was killed. So heart is the seat of all negative emotions, even the positive emotions. The negative emotions have to be replaced with positive ones. And only when we take shelter of Ram, then Ravan, the demon, 10-headed demon can be destroyed. So Vijayadashmi marks that event. And 9-day festival, 9-day fasting, if someone can do, there are some people who don't eat anything on these 9 days. Simply surviving on drinks, liquid diet. I don't know how they manage, but there are people who do that. And Vijayadashmi again is a very important Vaishnava festival also. And you know that song? Ayigiri Nandini Nandita Medini, very popular song. There is one video of kya unka naam, Navadurgas, Surya Gayatri and others. It has hit millions of views. Especially Navaratri time, the numbers increase so high. Very, very nice song, Mahishasura Mardini Stotram, glorifying the Mahishasura killer who is Durga. That's another story. We won't discuss that. That is Dashara. Any thoughts anyone wants to share on this? Yeah.
Didn't the family wonder how come from a girl it's a boy in the morning?
They didn't know it was a boy. They didn't know it was a girl.
Once a child is born, child.
The mother was unconscious.
Oh.
And no one was there around.
Even the lady who delivers the baby would see.
No, there was no. Somehow it was not there.
Oh.
No one knew it was a baby girl born.
Okay.
And he could easily exchange.
Okay.
It's all divinely arranged, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, just like the prison guards went to sleep, this was
Yeah,
also
correct.
probably arranged. You know, it was just like
Yeah, correct.
organized.
Yeah, organized. It's all match fixing. Yeah. Deepavali, one of the most awaited festivals. At least we remember Deepavali, like 21-day vacation. I don't know how many days they have vacation nowadays. कितना एक महीना है? 21 days होता है? Schools को? 2 days? 2 weeks, okay. Okay. Something is better than nothing. We had 3 weeks. And immediately after, नहीं, Diwali के पहले was semester exams and then the vacation and then 10 days Christmas का छुट्टी. So Deepavali for children is firecrackers. Spiritually, philosophically, scripturally, it is a day when Lord Ram came back to Ayodhya and he was installed as the king of Ayodhya. So after a 14-year exile, when Bharat was taken charge of the kingdom, that's after the 14-year period got over, Lord Ram came. Bharat had said, ki, even if you come 1 day late, beyond the 14-year period, I will give up my life. So Ram had decided exactly उस दिन के एक दिन भी late नहीं होना है. And he had ensured that everything got over. Kidnapping of, retrieving Sita back, killing of Ravana, all happened with deadline in mind. And then he came back exactly on the day. So that's Diwali, traditionally. And Diwali is also celebrated for Krishna devotees. The celebration of Damodar Leela happens in this month. When Krishna did that pastime of Ukhal, Yashoda tied Krishna on the Ukhal because Krishna was doing a lot of mischief. And Krishna was tied to the Ukhal, and then Krishna broke open that and he delivered the Nalakuvara Manigri to two demigods who were bound in the form of 2 trees. All that story of Damodar. And he got the name of Damodar because he was tied on his waist. Dam ke upar, udar ke upar dam se banda gaya tha. Dam means rope. Damodar. That's how he got the name. Very, very sweet pastime. And the whole month we celebrate. This is the only pastime we celebrate for the whole month. All our pastimes celebrate only on that day. Janmashtami also we celebrate only on that particular day. Ramnami only on that Tithi day. But this pastime of Damodar is celebrated for the entire month. And we sing the Damodar Ashtakam song. Very nice song. Satyavrat Muni has compiled. And offer the diyas. It is said that if you offer diya to Lord Damodar, Yashoda Damodar, during this month, you get rid of all your sinful reactions, accumulated sinful reactions for millions of lifetimes, just by offering a simple diya. So, even if you are not able to come to the temple, even if you can offer it at your home to Radha Damodar, Yashoda Damodar, that's equally potent, equally effective. So, Damodar Leela happened in this month. Then Govardhan Leela happened in this month. Krishna lifting the Govardhan hill and subduing the pride of Indra, who are sending torrents of rain to destroy Vrindavan and Vrajavasis. So to protect the Vrajavasis, Krishna lifted the Govardhan hill. This is another characteristic of God. Ordinary person cannot do such activities, right? Janma karma cha me divyam. Karma is divyam. Who can lift a hill? Is it not? Now we hear it, ठीक है गोवर्धन उठाया, but उठाया मतलब क्या है? ऐसा नहीं कि छोटा कोई पत्थर उठाया. The hill, and the hill was quite long and high in those times. Now the size is reduced considerably. But lifting a hill and providing shelter to all the residents of Vrindavan under the hill for 7 consecutive days, days and nights, that's Govardhan. Therefore he came to be known as Giridhari. We have the Murti here, Gopalji, Giridhari Gopal, the one who lifted the hill. Srinathji also the same form, Nadwara. Anyone gone to Nadwara? Yeah, same form. Giridhari Gopal. Very nice, beautiful form. Even Dwarkadish यहाँ पे similar form है. Dwarkadish मंदिर है बगल में, but similar form. So that is Janmashtami and कौन सा Deepavali. And many other pastimes happened. Narakasur, killing of Narakasur demon happened in this month. And what else? Any other event? Bhai Dooj is on in this period. Or so again, it signifies the destruction of evil forces by positive forces. Truth over evil. Triumph of truth over evil. Okay, next we have Rath Yatra and Kumbh Mela. Kumbh Mela we already saw yesterday. Kumbh Mela is a Samudra Manthan pastime happened when the ocean, Kshir Sagar, milk ocean was churned. So there is an ocean of milk somewhere in one part of the universe. There is an ocean of milk that Samudra ka manthan kiya tha. Just like we do milk, regular manthan of milk. So the Devatas and the Asuras coming together, cooperating with each other and doing a manthan of this Samundar. Of course, this was directed by Lord Vishnu himself, and they said, okay, something will come out of this manthan and it can be shared equally. The first thing to come out was what? Halahal, poison. Milk में से poison निकला. And this is again interesting teamwork between Vishnu and Shiva. Each one trying to glorify the other and highlighting the importance of the other. So here now it is Vishnu's chance to glorify Shiva. So this poison has come out. Who will this? And this poison, deadly poison. Even one drop can kill millions. And an entire ocean of poison is coming out. Who will handle this tragedy? So Vishnu said, there is only one person who can help in this situation. Go to Shiva. So Shiva, out of his compassion to save the entire universe, he comes and he condenses the entire poison into one handful and he drinks it. Parvati is like terrified. What will happen to my husband? She comes and holds the neck and the poison stays there. And then he came to be known as Neelkant, Kalkant. He is known as like that. Don't buy those names. So that became an ornament for Shiva. Something that would have killed someone else that became an ornament on Shiva's body. So therefore Shiva is glorified in that manner. Shiva's compassion for the residents of the universe. And then came other items. Uchchaishrava horse came. Airavat elephant came out of it. And what else came out of it? Lakshmi ji came out of it. Kamadhenu came out of it. And Amrit came in the end. That was the main product of the whole thing. But before that, many other items. Kalpavriksha came out of it? Maybe that also. And it was given to many things. So Vishnu had said to the demigods, don't argue with the asuras. Because ultimately your objective is the Amrit, right? And only if you take Amrit you can defeat the asuras. So if they demand anything, just obey to their demands. So most of the things were given to them. The Uchchaishrava horse was taken by Bali, and many other things came, and then they gave up. Theek hai, le lo. Lakshmi ji came, and the asuras were like eager for Lakshmi. But Lakshmi ignored them. I mean, I will go to Vishnu only. He is the only perfect person here. No one else is qualified. Even the Devatas are not qualified. Forget about the asuras. So she went and garlanded Vishnu. And then came Airavat. Bali said, Airavat kuch kaam ka nahi lag raha. Theek hai, le tu. Indra ko de diya. Enjoy something. And many other things came. Finally there came Amrit. Dhanvantari brought the Amrit ka pot. And both were waiting for this. Right? And the asuras immediately went and snatched the whole thing. And ran away. Devatas बोल रहे बा इतना मेहनत किया यही चला गया. So what to do now? Who came then? Mohini Murti, Lord Vishnu. So Lord Vishnu takes multiple roles here. He took the form of Kurma avatar to support the Mandara mountain while the churning was happening. On top he gave support in the form of Ajita, one another avatar. To mountain hill रहा था ना, balance नहीं मिल रहा था, तो ऊपर से भी पकड़ लिया, नीचे से support. And then Lakshmi ji came. Mohini Murti came. Mohini Murti said, don't worry, ये अमृत ले गया ना, I will handle the situation. And Mohini Murti came in such an attractive form. As soon as the Asura saw her, they were like, lost. Totally lost. And they forgot about Amrit only. And they said, isko bulaya, Mohini Murti bulaya. They don't know anything about her, who she is, what her background is, nothing they know. But then they said, you are coming, we trust you. In fact, before Mohini Murti came, they were fighting among themselves. Who will take first? How to distribute? They had conflict among themselves. So when Mohini Murti came, Mohini Devi came, she said, I will handle the conflict management. And they gave. Aap le lo, you decide who should be given first, how to be distributed. You decide. So she said, okay, sit in line, bachcho, sare log baith jao. And they all sat. Devatas also sat. And Mohini went and started distributing to Devatas. And the Asuras were wondering, ye kya chal raha hai? But they didn't have the guts to say anything. They thought they don't want to displease Mohini. Hai ki nahi? So the Mohini Devi is distributing, Devatas were there. One Asura was smart. Who was that? Rahu. He said, this Mohini is cheating us. I will disguise myself and somewhere insert myself into the Devatas ke line mein. And he sat in between sun and the moon, Surya and Chandra ke beech mein aake baith gaya. And Mohini is distributing. And sun and the moon noticed, hey, ये हमारे में से नहीं है. He is an asura here, disguising as Devata. But then Mohini had already given, and Rahu had already put it in his mouth. But before it could penetrate the neck, throat, Mohini took out a Sudarshan chakra and cut off the neck. So the head part remained, because it has touched Amrit. The head part remained alive. The body was destroyed. And the body is called Ketu, I think. Rahu and Ketu. Huh? Swarna? Bhanu. Okay. So Rahu and Ketu, then the eclipse started because they had enmity. Yes, Surya और चंद्र ने मेरे को बिगाड़ दिया. I am going to eclipse them every time whenever I get an opportunity. So that Amrit, it is said, few drops of the Amrit fell on earth. And these are the 4 places: Nasik, Ujjain, Haridwar and Prayag. These 4 places. Therefore, on Kumbh Mela times, it is believed that you get some jhalak, sprinkles of Amrit, and you can attain Swarga, you get liberation, all those belief system is there. That's why Kumbh Mela is organized, so that some drops of nectar will fall upon us and we can benefit. So that is Kumbh Mela. And we have Rath Yatra, which is one of the most important festivals for Gaudiya Vaishnavas. Lord Chaitanya himself used to participate in Rath Yatra every year when he was residing in his last 18 years in Jagannath Puri. So Lord Chaitanya stayed for 48 years on earth. From 30 to 48, 18 years he stayed in Jagannath Puri. And every year he would participate. So what is Rath Yatra? Rath Yatra is Lord Jagannath, Baldev, Subhadra inside Jagannath Puri temple in the mood of Aishwarya Bhav. So Jagannath Puri is like where Krishna is worshipped in great opulence. But Krishna is more eager to relish the devotion of Rajavasis. There is a historical incident connected to this. One time when Krishna was present on this planet, there was a solar eclipse that happened, and all the Vrajavasis and Dwarkavasis decided to go to Kurukshetra, because Kurukshetra is considered a very holy place. So they all decided to assemble there. After a long time, they were going to meet each other, and they assembled in Kurukshetra. And the gopis had also come, the Vrajavasis had also come. When they saw Krishna, they felt, let us take Krishna back to Vrindavan. He has been away from Vrindavan so long, and he has now become a big king, and all his ministers and royal paraphernalia and queens and chariots and elephants and horses. He forgot us. Let us take him back to Vrindavan. But then how can we take? Here we can't exchange our relation here in front of everyone in such a grand setting. We can express our relation and devotion to him only in the Vrindavan setting. So we want him back. But how to take him back? That's not possible. Krishna has his own family now, so many queens and children, grandchildren. Krishna won't come like that. But we dream to take him back. So they imagine a chariot on which Krishna is seated, Krishna and Balaram and Subhadra also, and they are seated there, and they are pulling the chariot, dragging the chariot back to Vrindavan, so that they can spend time with Krishna alone. That incident is depicted as Rath Yatra. So Rath Yatra, Jagannath, main temple of Jagannath. Anyone gone to Jagannath Puri here? Regular visitors? Okay. Jagannath Puri temple is like Kurukshetra. And the Rath Yatra is taken from Jagannath Puri temple to a distance 4 kilometers. The temple is called Gundicha. That is like representing Vrindavan. It's about 4 kilometers? 4 or 5 kilometers. The devotees drag. And they are dreaming, imagining, we are inviting Krishna from this grand place of Jagannath temple to Vrindavan, which is Gundicha. And there we are going to spend time. That's the significance of Rath Yatra. Because Vrindavan is the place where Krishna exhibits his fullest potential in terms of sweetness of relationships. In other places, his exhibition of sweetness is restricted because of grandness. But in Vrindavan, there is no inhibitions, there is no limitations. Krishna is in full regalia in Vrindavan. Actually, his original sweetness is displayed in Vrindavan. Because the cows and the cowherd boys and the peacocks and the parrots. So God in his original form is very simple. But in Vaikuntha and Dwarka, he is like king and lot of armies and ministers. Of course, there is nothing wrong in it. Some people are able to appreciate that mood, but there are some devotees who like this form of God, this form of Krishna. So that's the Rath Yatra festival. And every year they celebrate. So Lord Chaitanya, as a typical representative of Vrindavan, Krishna, Lord Chaitanya is Krishna himself in the mood of Radha, Radharani. Krishna in the mood of Radharani is Lord Chaitanya. And Radharani is the highest devotee, the most celebrated devotee in Vrindavan. And that Radha in the form of Lord Chaitanya is pulling Krishna back to Vrindavan, along with the assistant gopis. So as followers of Lord Chaitanya, we also participate. In fact, Prabhupada established Rath Yatra festivals all over the world. Every major city, the first city in which Rath Yatra was celebrated was San Francisco, in the west coast of the US. And then it spread all over London, New York, Fifth Avenue, which is like a very grand center of New York. There the Rath Yatra happened. Bombay also we have, Mumbai also we have Rath Yatra celebrations. So we should remember this incident. It's not just ठीक है यार भगवान को बाहर लाया थोड़ा दर्शन लिया थोड़ा मजा नाच गाना किया and then we take थोड़ा यहाँ से यहाँ खींचा and then take it back. The deep philosophical, spiritual, devotional significance to the whole event, because we want to relate with Krishna in the mood of Vrindavan, the simplest, sweetest form of Krishna. So that's the Rath Yatra festival. And it is said anyone who participates in the Rath Yatra festival in any form, either pulling the chariot, dancing in front of Lord Jagannath, taking Jagannath's prasad. In fact, Jagannath Puri is known for its huge quantities of prasad. It's called Anna Kshetra. Means you are supposed to worship Jagannath by eating. This is right, quite attractive, right? You can worship God by eating. Which other God allows you to worship him by eating? You have to do Aarti and these other forms. But Jagannath is like, khao or then you worship me. You please me by eating only. And he said, if you lie down, that is considered a Dandavat Pranam. You sleep, lie down to sleep, but that is considered a Namaskar. So everything is like very merciful mood there. So that is Jagannath Puri, and it's again a mystical place. You cannot disbelieve in the existence of God if you go there and hear about the activities and stories of connected to that place. So many mystical events have happened and still keep happening. Okay, so I think that's the end of this section. Anyone want to say anything? Yes. Yeah, that's how this is a wooden murti, right? So every 12 years they change the murti, the form, because Rath Yatra ke time and they do Abhishek also, the wood has to be changed. So every 12 years they change, and there is one part within the murti. It's called, what is the term? Oh, no. The heart, जो replace करते हैं नया form में डालते हैं. I forget the term. Navakalavan is the procedure of changing the murti. But one part, Brahma? Yeah, some term is there. That part is put into the new form. So they carve a new statue, new form, and then that is inserted. This is what I have heard. I have not seen it. But the procedure is called Navakalevar. So that's like the main essence of the murti.
So when is it next changing?
Next year, the last happened I think in 2017.
Okay.
12 years.
So can people go there to witness?
No.
Cannot.
2 days before this process, all the lights of Puri are switched off. Nobody except the specialized Sikhs and Brahmins are allowed near Puri also.
Oh.
Nobody can see. All the doors are closed.
Okay. Okay.
1 second.
Yeah. That's the first instance. When the first instance the carving happened, a king named Indradyumna was there. Yeah. So they got the log of food. He got a dream or some message that this log of food is going to come, and you pick that log of food, but then no one could lift it up. So he had to call some extra people, and then finally it was brought. And then one sculptor came, architect came, and he had a condition. He said, I will go inside and you should not disturb me. You should not disturb me. If you disturb me, I will stop the work and go. So king was impatient. ठीक है, बोला ठीक है, you would go inside. and he was hearing the tuk tuk आवाज आ रहा था उसको, and he understood, okay, काम चल रहा है, something is happening. But then after some days, there was no sound coming out of the room. So he thought, अभी क्या हो गया इसको, ये तो बूढ़ा व्यक्ति है, थोड़ा elderly था वो, ये ठीक ठाक है ना, इसका everything is okay with him or what? So he was like concerned. So, but then the condition was there, if you break open the door, then I will stop my work and go. Huh? 21 days, yeah, 21 days. 21 days किया तक आवाज नहीं आ रहा है. So finally he couldn't, he ran out of patience and then he went inside. And
Actually, the wife of the king told that the noise is not coming, so shall we go and check? So she forced him. So for 2 days, he opened the door and immediately the same.
yeah, correct, yeah. So he saw inside and then said that you violated my condition, he then just disappeared. And he was shocked to see apparently incomplete forms. You have seen Jagannath's form? Like big eyes and hands like this and nothing below the waist. ऐसा कौन सा मूर्ति है? Generally you have Krishna form, entire 3/4 Tribhanga form. But here Jagannath like strange forms. So he felt really bad. Oh, I am the cause of this incompleteness and I did a big offense, and he felt really repentant. But then he got a message. Either Akashvani or someone came and told him, don't worry, this is the form that I am supposed to be worshipped by in this form. And this is the form that Narad Muni desired. Again, there is a story how this form was desired. So don't worry, you have not done anything wrong. I am going to stay here in this form and people will worship me in this form in the entire age of Kali Yuga. So, big eyes. It's difficult to think that it is Krishna. Big bulging eyes. So, it's like it is said that Jagannath is eagerly waiting for the devotees. Devotees ka darshan lene ke liye itne aatur hai, his eyes are like growing big. That's why he comes out of the temple on Rath Yatra days. So he gives darshan to everyone and everyone can see him. And in fact, at one point of time, they were even allowing to climb the cart and touch him, embrace him. But now they stopped due to security reasons. So you don't know, anyone can come and do some harm. So they stopped the whole thing. So that's...
They also they will keep it in the same way. Like,
I guess so, yeah. That's a tradition.
No, even today also they want to keep it incomplete, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is
ever to
incomplete
be
only.
there.
That
Same way. Yeah.
What you said, there are many mysteries associated with
Hare Krishna,
Jagannath
Hare
Puri. So I believe in one of these mysteries, there's something to do with the yatra traveling on its own. I've heard some story like this, that in the morning they find the chariot at the other end on its own.
Yeah, this happens because actually what happens, why Jagannath is taken to that place.
It is believed that Jagannath is sick for that specific
15-day period, yes.
15 days. So they go to their Masi's house.
Correct.
So that's why, for the eagerness that they want to reach to that place, the pull is automatically there. But we need human pressure in the start. But then after, in that mandir area, they automatically starts pulling, moving on. No, any time, like in the mandir area, in the Puri area, in the mandir area, that time it automatically goes. No, only at that period. That distance,
It's really mystical. Even the flag, they say it's pointed towards one direction. Even during cyclones, nothing happens to that place. And how they climb to change the flag, that's really amazing. And they change. Which temple? We'll have another session. Huh? Yeah, even more post-advanced, huh? We can decide. We have one festival called Brahmotsavam every year. The anniversary celebration of this temple. That's the time you get to hear some interesting stories connected to our temple. Last 32, 33 years since then. 88 it was installed.
I don't know. I had seen it on one of these groups. I'll try to post it if I can find it.
What is the message?
The story of how the temple was started.
This temple?
Yeah.
Okay,
The building,
yeah.
how it came about.
Yeah. It's an interesting story.
Yeah. In relation to some health issue, right? There was some. I'm confused right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to look it up. Yeah.
Okay, we are in the last section, Vedic culture's global impact, and we may not have enough time to discuss the whole thing, but just to make you feel proud that our Vedic culture, Sanatan Dharma, is not just a sectarian, geographically bound religion. Like I mentioned yesterday also, there are so many architectural evidences available in various parts of the world, artifacts and murtis and deities obtained in far out countries like Brazil and Australia and even Russia, Fiji Islands. So that shows that Vedic culture was a global culture, existing all over the world, being practiced by everyone until a certain time, after which the gradual decline happened. But it was a global culture. Now we see only in India, and even India it is shrinking. But that shouldn't make us think, ठीक है ना, हम लोग का ये belief system है, हमारा एक culture है, उनका अलग है. We don't want to impose our culture, but at least it's all originating or deviations from one original pure culture. That we need to remember. So from health and medicine, Ayurveda, the father of surgery. There was surgery happening at one point of time in Ayurveda. 2600 years ago, he and health scientists of his time conducted complicated surgeries. Charaka, heard this name? The father of medicine consolidated Ayurveda 2500 years ago. Ayurveda, earliest school of medicine known to humans. Like there is a verse that says, every plant can be a herb for curing a certain disease. There is no plant, no animal, no product in the world, natural product, that cannot be used as a medicine, at least for some disease. Biology, the Vedas have started since time immemorial that plants have life. Later who was a scientist, Jagdish Chandra Bose, I think, discovered. But we accepted it. Proved that plants have feelings, scientists believed that they were inanimate in the beginning. Mathematics, there is unlimited Vedic mathematics, an entire branch of study. Discovery of the zero decimal system, zero Pythagorean theorem, the discovery of pi, the ratio of circumference to the diameter. It was calculated. There is a shloka based on which you can calculate the decimal number of pi to unlimited decimals. It's an irrational number, cannot be expressed in a ratio form, but there is a pattern which is expressed in a shloka. And the shloka has multiple meanings. One meaning is a glorification of Krishna. Another meaning is a glorification of Lord Ram. Another meaning is the decimal value of pi. Look at the high-tech technology here. So that is mathematics. And the way they calculate multiplication, division, square root, cube roots of numbers, it's all simple techniques which should be ideally taught to children. बेचारे इनको इतना रगड़ाना पड़ता है and give them such stress of calculating multiplication, division tables, which can be easily avoided. Physics. 400 years before Newton, Bhaskaracharya too spoke about gravity. Newton saw an apple falling and he recorded it, but it was observed far before that. Even calculus, there is some research done on calculus even in our times. Although they may not have organized and formulated it the way we know today, differential and integral calculus and differential equations, but in those times calculus was used. In fact, the very evidence that mathematics was highly advanced in Vedic times is the presence of temples. Look at the gopurams and temple structures. We are talking about Jagannath Puri. Look at the gopurams, such symmetric gopurams, several stories high. Srirangam, if you go, it's huge. At least it should be, I think, 20 floor वाला structure होगा. Modern times में 20 floor वाला building के structure में. Our Air India building, 31 point wala. Something similar to that height, the Gopuram. And very symmetric as a tapering towards the top. Without engineering knowledge and mathematical and trigonometrical knowledge, how can you build such a structure? It's all sine, cosine, tangent का ही value है ना, सब trigonometry लगता है उसमें तो, and some civil engineering. In fact, it is said, now without any tractor, without any JCBs, how can you lift a stone to that height? Right? What is the technology they are using? Some say, the engineers used, the builders used a kind of ramp with a certain gradient. And you push the rock or stone, and so it reaches that height. Now, if you want to reach a height of that height, 20 floors high, what should be the height of what should be the gradient of the ramp? Oh, 10 kilometer तो जाएगा वो ramp. वहाँ से ढकेल के लाना पड़ेगा to reach this height. और थोड़ा हट गया, slip हो गया, तो again it will go back down. So that is not the method. It's not physically pushing so that the stone or the slab reaches there. In fact, our acharyas say they used mantra power to raise these blocks of stones. Otherwise, how can you reach there? How will you build such a height structure? There is no machines available, but the building is there. That's evidence enough, right? So some superior technology, some subtle refined technology was used, and the building is still lasting for thousands of years, some of them. Pyramids of Egypt, correct? Similar. Exactly. They are all Vedic remains only. It's all Vedic connection is there. Huh? Correct. Yeah. In the pyramids में बोलते हैं कि ऊपर वाला stones are bigger than the lower ones. That's mystical. Generally we think of bigger ones in the bottom, and as you go high, smaller ones, right? This is ulta hai ye.
Apparently in the Vedic age, there were vehicles which took people in by air, like how Sita was abducted, right? So they're saying that these cone-shaped temples were, part of them were detachable and they were flying vehicles.
Okay.
And they could go into other parts of the cosmos.
Okay. Interesting. That is about physics. Astronomy and cosmology. They could make calendars. That itself shows that they had knowledge of astronomy. They could accurately predict seasonal changes, eclipses, and what else? Certain other cosmic phenomena. Everything was predicted properly. The Vedic astronomy is slightly different from what we know. The structure of the universe. In fact, we can discuss this in our advanced session, where the universe is divided into 14 layers. And it's not geographical alone. The geography is there definitely, but the 14 layers are based on the evolution of consciousness. Higher the planetary system, the more evolved people stay there. And the highest planet is the most evolved person staying there, which is Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma stays in the highest planet. And the more you come down, gradually, Earth somewhere happens in the middle planetary systems. Bhumandala. And similar people stay there. People with similar mentality, attitude, consciousness. Of course, even within the Bhumandala, there's something called Bhuswarga. Swarga within Bhumandala. There is celestial Swarga, there is Bhuswarga, there is Bilaswarga. Swarga within the hellish regions. So then the more you go down, there is degradation of consciousness. More demonic people, asuric pravritti wale log, they stay, the more you go lower and lower and lower, until you reach Patal, which is the lowest planetary system among the 14. Below the Patal is the hellish planets, all the different kinds of hells where sinful people are punished for all the wrong activities they have done. So that's the structure of the entire universe. It's a Brahmanda. Anda. It's like an egg-shaped structure which has several coverings and layers of coverings. And liberation means, bondage means you are trapped inside this egg. You keep going up and down, up and down, up and down, like a ferry wheel. Upar niche. Liberation means you escape. Like they release rockets and in ISRO ka rocket ja raha hai. You escape with the escape velocity. If it is there, then you escape the Earth's atmosphere. And then you are positioned somewhere in space. Liberation is something like that. You escape from Earth's pull, the pull of the three modes. The three sattva, rajas, tamo gunas are pulling us and keeping us bound inside this material world. Liberation means you become free from the clutches of these three modes and you get liberated. Go out of this material sphere, enter into the spiritual world, position yourself as a pure devotee, a pure servant of God, and render service there. That's the whole purpose behind the Vedic knowledge, behind Sanatan Dharma. Every branch of knowledge you see within the Vedic literature is aimed towards that direction. And we need to remember that whenever we study any of these subjects. Otherwise we can get lost. Because every subject is fascinating. Vedic mathematics, if you start entering into it, it's fascinating subject. Physics, cosmology, astrology, vastu, Ayurveda. But we need to remember the goal. Why I am studying all these things. And as long as the goal is clear, there is no harm in delving into any of these subjects. So, anything else here? I think that's the end. Yeah. Language, we already saw Sanskrit, such a precise, sophisticated language. There's a temple here. There's something, this is called Kalaripayat. You know Kalaripayat? Martial art. Yeah, in Kerala it is quite common. And out of that, many other branches of martial arts have come up. Trade and technology, India had the highest GDP at one point of time before the British came. We would export so many things. There were trade and commerce between India and Africa, Madagascar, Malagasy, that area, South Africa, and Far East, South Asia. The regular trade. India was the richest country at that time. But after British left, India became like a third world, underdeveloped, poor, poverty-stricken country. Because they looted everything. That's how they could erect a British empire and colonize everything. India was like the crest jewel of their kingdom, British Empire. It was the main piece of their market. And other things were like, theek hai, thoda hai unka. But India was the crown jewel of British Empire. And then they looted successfully, and they stole the Kohinoor and other things. But they forgot to steal one thing, which is what? Exactly. They forgot to steal the biggest treasure, which is our spiritual culture and spiritual knowledge. When Prabhupada was there in London, they asked him, why have you come here? Why don't you preach in India? He said, I have come to give you something that you have forgotten to steal. You have looted everything, right? You built the entire so-called grand British Empire. But you forgot to steal the biggest thing. I have come to donate you that thing. Take this, the Gita. The jewel of Gita. And that's how it happened. So, we can regain everything. Nothing is permanently lost. All we have to do is take this message seriously, practice it in our life sincerely, and not only preserve, protect, but you want to transmit and share. That's how the culture will expand. If it is not shared, it will decay and it will get spoiled, which is what happened earlier. We have to understand, preserve it, expand it, and share it. That's how we can actually expand the glories of India and revive India back to its original greatness and glory. So we will stop here. A lot of things to discuss: health and medicine, biology, mathematics, we already saw, physics, education, universities. Takshashila and Nalanda University was here in India. And then all these people burned all the literatures there. We saw this yesterday also, discussed this yesterday. Look at this. Nalanda University, 4th century BC, 2,000 teachers, 10,000 students, 300 lecture halls, 9-story library. Students from Japan to Persia would come here to study. We can't imagine, right? We can imagine India being such a great country. And this is intentionally hidden from us, these facts. We learn about Aurangzeb. We won't be taught this. Look at the tragedy here. So all these information is available. Language and literature, Mahabharata having 100,000 verses. Civilization, trade and technology, art and culture. Okay, so we have reached the end of the discussion for today's session. And I would like to express my thanks and gratitude for all of you for enthusiastically participating here